Hello and welcome to Call of Cthulhu, the video game, originally released in 2018. This is my Thursday and Friday main game. Hello there, Raid. Hope things are going well. So this playthrough is an occult focus. All initial character points will go to occultism. This is the only time the game lets you put them into occultism. If you're doing a playthrough where you want to put points into medicine, you can only put points into it at the start. So occultism and medicine are two skills that you can only put points into at the start. To increase those skills as you play through the game afterwards, you need to make sure that you're reading books on the occult to increase occultism, and also reading medicine to increase medicine. So for this playthrough, the initial character points have to go to occultism, and then any other character points that we get for the rest of the playthrough can go to anything. There's no ban on any other skills. So initial character points go into occultism, and then any other skill points we get as the game goes on can be put into any other of the skills. Interact with and choose to read all occult books. Find occult related items. Choose all I struggle with this word. Religian language dialogue choices. And finally, we need to answer the Call of Cthulhu and perform the ritual. Rage, looking forward to seeing what Jack finds in the dark corners of the earth. Wait, wrong game. That is true. Yeah, there's also been people that have been confused between this game and the other game, even though they have different titles. Levi, Venglui, Maglanaf, Cthulhu, Raya, Maganago, Fatagan. I completely butchered those words. How's things going, Levi? Hey there, Spectrum. Thank you for the welcome back. Welcome back to you as well. Appreciate it. Okay, so got these previous save files and have to delete one of them. I might go with this first save slot and delete that one. You going okay, Levy? Waking up? How are you? Great to hear that, Levy. That's awesome. I'm doing well too. Had a good day. Did some Tomb Raider earlier. Made some more progress. It's so funny. My brain is still trying to press the buttons that are the default, even though I've changed them. Ray, do you think it's pronounced Relayan? Oh yes, so Relayan. Spectrum, what language is that? It's a made-up language that the author H.P. Lovecraft had created, but apparently it's not like a fully formed language. As far as I can tell, it's not to the level of Tolkien, where he actually literally created a whole entire language. But I could be wrong. I'm not 100% versed in every aspect of H.P. Lovecraft. In fact, I've never actually read any of his stuff. All the things that I've liked of his has been through movies and stuff. For example, one of my favorite movies is In the Mouth of Madness, directed by John Carpenter. And he was very heavily inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, of course. Levy, I think it's only a few full sentences, to be honest. In his house at R'lyeh, dead Cthulhu waits streaming. That's what it means. Oh, really? So that's what it means. Thanks for the translation, Levy. It's always interesting when new languages are created for fiction, you know. I mean, I've watched documentaries on Lovecraft as well, so I do have an interest in his works. I just haven't yet actually read any of his stuff. Thank you very much, Spectrum, for the 280 stream streak. That is excellent. Thank you so much. One of the things I like about this game, and I usually like to play it either in the evening or late at night, and the time that I'm starting this is, still relatively early. It's only about 20 past 5 in the afternoon, but it's dark outside, and so everything is set how I kind of like it, especially for this game. And it just feels like there's just something that's great about delving into a horror story. You have the scenes where the character might be in a quote-unquote safe location, and then they enter into the area where the horror is, So I kind of like that feeling and vibe as well. And so that's one of the reasons why I like this game. Though not the biggest fan, to be honest, but mainly personal taste. Yeah, that's the thing, because I'm definitely aware of the racism that is in his writing as well. So yeah, that always is a difficult thing. Even if that was like quote unquote accepted at the time, it doesn't make it okay, obviously, Spectrum, you've never read any of his books either. That's fair, Spectrum. Yeah. Ray, just make sure to stay away from Lovecraft's poetry. He wasn't exactly the nicest guy, to put it mildly. Yeah. You definitely heard that. Spectrum, it's dark here too, but because it's 3:20 a.m. Very early then, yeah. It's understandable too, and I guess if you were filming something for a movie or whatnot, and you wanted to have nighttime, you could just do early in the morning as well, like that. Levy, you prefer horror to be completely unknown. As soon as actual monsters or obvious scary stuff is involved, you immediately lose interest. That's fair too, as well, and that can be very tricky. And there's so many horror series that don't necessarily work too well after the first, because you know what the horror is then. Hey there, Extreme, welcome. I hope things are going well. Levy, to be fair, you think stuff like that is to be expected from that time period. Like you said, it doesn't make it okay, but was heavily normalized back then. Exactly, and it's something that should be still there to look at and say, this is wrong, to make sure that it's, not something that people moving forward look at and go, yeah, that's all good, No worries, Extreme. I hope that you enjoy your coffee. Dr. Darling, got carried away in Tomb Raider. Now you have 35 minutes until you leave for work. Well, I wouldn't call it carried away. I did a 3.5-hour stream and did... how many levels did I do? I think I did 3 levels in a challenge where I have to swap the controls around. Spectrum, you don't mind seeing the creature, monster, haunted doll, etc., but you do agree less is more. Yeah, you don't want to oversaturate the audience if it's a movie or a show, and you don't want to oversaturate the player if it's a video game, because it can just lose its effectiveness. Personally, I find it that way about jokes that get repeated. The first time, it's really funny. The second time, it's funny. The third time, it's pretty funny. The fourth time, it's not that funny anymore. The fifth time, it's like, why do you keep repeating the same joke? The sixth time, it's like, what are you doing? And the seventh time, it's like, look, we get the joke, I feel the same way about, certain things in horror, where it's like, yeah, we've got enough of that. Got to try and sort of like find a different way to get the player or the viewer immersed as well in the horror. Levy, you don't mind it in movies, but you mind it in books. But even in movies, you think it has the potential to lose the impact. Like in Insidious at the end, because the demons frankly look ridiculous, whereas the movie is super scary for the first 80%. As much as I liked the Insidious movies I saw, I definitely felt that the tonal shift at the end of the first one was just like, what? Sometimes the tonal shift works, you know, like From Dusk Till Dawn. It starts off as a movie about two criminals on the run, but then it becomes a vampire movie. Like that's a good sort of like changing of stuff. But yeah, I felt with Insidious, it's like, what are you doing now? You know, it's like if you were going to a haunted house attraction and it was all spooky and scary and you were really, really immersed and you enjoyed it. And then all of a sudden, a door opens and now you're in a circus and there's like clowns doing funny pratfalls and like there's like slapstick going on everywhere and there's like Looney Tunes music running around. You know, like it's like, what are you doing? So just a heads up, I think it's in this version. This is the PS4 version being played on a PS5. When it comes to the audio volumes, you can of course go into the options and change what you want the volume settings to be. However, I found that no matter what volume settings you actually change, when it comes to cutscenes versus in gameplay, it seems that the volume is altered for the cutscenes to be different to the gameplay. So there's a little bit of inconsistency. So you might have some audio becoming louder, then going softer as well. I can't remember which is which. I can't remember if the cutscenes had higher volume or the gameplay had higher volume. But in any case, just a heads up on that. Hey there, Keone, welcome. I hope your day's going well. Welcome to Call of Cthulhu, where we're going to be focusing on the occultism, the books that you find in this game, and putting the character points at the start into occultism as well. Because that's the only time where the game lets you actually put your character points into occultism, or medicine, if you want to put points into that. But after that point, medicine and occultism skill can only be upgraded through either finding medicine books or finding occult books. Chapter 1, Pierce Investigations Agency, Boston. Boston, 1924. Edward Pierce, veteran of the First World War, drowns his memories in liquor and sleeping pills. He is now a private detective who has trouble finding a case able to lift him from his torpor. Is that supposed to be stupor? I've always wondered about that. Pierce must find a new case quickly, or risk losing his license.
inescapably draws you on. What a putrid offering. Don't fight. You have been chosen. Behold. Everything has already been written. But perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny.
I hate whiskey.
Hey Octavius, good morning to you too. Hope things are going well. Nice game, how are you today? I'm doing really good, thank you Octavius, things are going well. I did some Tomb Raider earlier and made some more progress in that. So here we are with Call of Cthulhu. Levy, just a normal dream. I know everyone has a dream like that and it's perfectly normal, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Pierce Investigations Agency. My private detective agency, contracted to the Wentworth Detective Agency. After the Great War, I decided to set up in Boston where there is no lack of work for guys like me. One small-time case follows the other. Adultery, settled scores, disappearances that are not actually disappearances. The old office couch is less comfortable than a real bed, and I should probably get rid of these empty bottles. But this place is mine, for the moment. October 1924, Pierce Investigation Agency. The doctor can well repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay, but I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings, I probably won't wake up. Despite the treatment, I again hear voices in my dreams. But they are different, unknown. They seem to surface from unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? Okay, so we have Edward's sanity, stable, confident in your abilities and your Cartesian mind. You conduct your investigation by sticking to the facts, your convictions and your perception of reality. Your conclusions are logical and reliable. Mental trauma, nightmares. Edward Pierce is a veteran of the First World War, where he took part in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. He is one of the few survivors of the Lost Battalion, American units that suffered heavy losses from enemy and Allied artillery fire. Forced to hold their position for several days surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades, without food or medical supplies, the soldiers were considered as lost by their fellow countrymen. Pierce is traumatized by these events. He consumes sleeping pills and liquor to ward off the nightmares that haunt him. Levy, sticking to the facts Daddy Cthulhu shares with you. Yeah, the question of does free will actually exist in Lovecraft's universe, or is it all part of an overarching plan and things are fated to go that way no matter what choices you make?
The Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage. Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. A good old story of blackmail in a speakeasy.
The bar owner who hired me didn't like the way I closed this case, but when you're already outside the law, there's not a lot one can do against a private detective who's got proof against you.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. Married woman runs off with her girlfriend. The husband couldn't understand it.
The husband never understood that his wife had left him. He kept on calling me weeks after the investigation had been closed.
My wife is divorcing me because she thinks I'm too un-American. I saw this coming from a kilometer away.
Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Very clever there. Hey there, Bootleg. Welcome back. You've gone and come back and you're still waiting. Still waiting? Damn. That really sucks, Bootleg. I just turned 40 and I groan every time I get up now. I'm finally a grown man. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. That's a good one.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases. I used to be an avid reader. Been too long since I've slept in a bed. I wonder why I still take these things.
The doctors prescribed them when I returned from the war. They swore that they would put an end to the nightmares, but for a while now, their effect has been wearing off.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares. I should get rid of all this stuff. I'm listening.
Are you Edward Pierce, private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
Hello, Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sherifield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
Okay, so occultism represents your knowledge of the occult sciences. Improving this skill increases your chances of determining the use and origin of occult artifacts and of expressing your knowledge of the myth. This is the only point in the playthrough where you can actually put points into occultism or medicine. If you don't, the only other way you'll be able to increase those stats is if you read medical books in the game world or read occultism books in the game world, plus some other stuff too as well. But if you want to actively put points into it, the only opportunity that you get to do that is right at the start here. So for this playthrough, all of my initial character points have to go into occultism. So right here we have 8 character points that are available that will go into that. Thanks for redeeming that, Octavius. Now that I've finished that game, I need to disable all those channel point redeems now related to Robocop. But thanks for redeeming that. I'm going to give you your points back. There we go, Octavius. So I've refunded your channel points, so that should soon pop up in how many channel points you have. Dr. Darling just read this. They are planning a new Conan movie with Arnold in it. Yeah, it's seemingly confirmed as well that it's actually happening. It's a project that has really been in the making since the second movie, Conan the Destroyer. And initially when he was cast as Conan, they were going to do several movies, but they just never got around to doing more than 2. And in both movies, there's always a ending where it shows Conan as king sitting on his throne. And this movie that has been in development for decades now, at one point or another, going under the title King Conan. Yeah, they're finally going ahead with it, it seems. So it's going to be interesting. From the sounds of it, they're not going to try and act as if he's a young man anymore. So that's a good sign. I don't think they're going to go the route of de-aging him either for some stuff. I mean, maybe they might do that to have some kind of like scene, maybe where he becomes king, to actually see him get the crown and everything like that. Maybe. While it is cool that they're finally doing it, it does run the risk of becoming another situation where, because we have CG now at the certain level that we do, not that we only just got it last week, but my concern is that it's going to become another Indiana Jones situation where the majority of effects is just CG stuff for creatures and things like that. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they might come up with a creative way to get around the flaws that could potentially pop up. Octavius, thanks for reminding me of that. It's all good, Octavius. Yeah, I definitely don't mind if there's a redeem that is for specific games. If I do forget to actually turn it off, I'll still honor the redeem. So if it's like an impression that I have active for a game, for example, then I would still do it, you know, and things like that. Bootleg, thank you very much for the 45 stream streak. Thank you, that is awesome. Damn, you're fast. Wanted to redeem one before you did it. I was quick on the click, that's for sure. But thank you for that streak, Bootleg. So I've got 8 points, so we're going to put all of the 8 points into occultism. After this point, to increase occultism, we need to make sure that we find occult books and make certain choices for occultism and all that kind of stuff. From here on out, any other skill points that I get can go into anything else. So we can put them into investigation stuff, eloquence, spot hidden, psychology, or strength. But I'm not going to worry about strength. Unless you're doing a playthrough where you absolutely can only put points into strength, then it may not really give you brute force success in every situation, because there is a bit of RNG involved as well. But yeah, we've put all the points in occultism, now to confirm it.
completely up to date. And on a related matter, may I raise a sensitive question?
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
I'm coming.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me, it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl, she is dead. Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look. I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness. Or if, on the contrary, you manage to detect some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture. That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Alright, so now I know what it was. The audio in gameplay is louder than the audio in the cutscene. Alright, so let's have a look at audio and let's troubleshoot this. Alright, so to test, we're going to turn off all the sound effects. I just need to work out the notches for each one. Because if it can be fixed, I'd rather fix it. Alright, so global. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 from the start. Music 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Voice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And effect 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so what I want to test for is global. So what I'll do is choose voice and turn it up to full, and then turn global down low. Okay, that's as low as it will go, but I'll put it up by 1. So what I want to test is when it switches from gameplay to cutscene, because I've only got the voice volume, I want to see if I can tell whether it's the global volume that is overall affecting that transition from gameplay to cutscene.
That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Alright, so the last checkpoint wasn't a cutscene. Let's see if loading is the same point as the checkpoint.
That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Of course it wouldn't. Okay, so as annoying as this is, we'll have to just restart the game.
In my wake, pulled along. Fate inescapably draws. What a putrid offering. Don't fight. You have been chosen.
Bootleg, what was his, I see, good, thought you missed it. What's wrong? Oh yeah, so the audio for cutscenes is softer than the audio for gameplay, no matter what options I had. Dr. Darling, you're leaving in a few minutes. Hope that you will still be streaming in 5 hours. Maybe. Quite possibly, I think. Alright, so in cutscenes, there's no voice. Interesting. Alright, so if we go into sound, I had voice as the only thing on, and there was no sound at all in the cutscene. So in that case, we need to see if it's tied to the effects as the dialogue in the cutscenes. Bootleg, yeah, you do remember that. You're off to bed now. Oh, sorry. You and Spectrum have the same colored text as your name. Bootleg, yeah, you do remember that. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know why, but we're gonna find out. Dr. Darling, you have to be online. You have a detective case to solve. That is true. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Actually, I might end up finishing this game early tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. Spectrum, you're off to bed now. Have fun. Thank you very much for being here, Spectrum. I really hope that you get some good rest and that you feel 100% soon as well. Thank you very much, and thank you for leaving the lurk also. Okay, so this song is not tied to the music setting, but to the sound effect setting. But it's the cutscene that I'm more interested in. to test the audio for. Alright, so I want to see if the sound effect volume is what gives the cutscenes the audio for voice.
Mr. Pierce, do you still...
I'm coming.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in highest...
Okay, so the dialogue in cutscenes is tied to the sound effects volume, which means that if I want a consistency between the dialogue in the cutscenes and the gameplay, I need to make sure that the sound effects are louder than what I had. But then that is confusing because then it's still going to be the difference, I think, because I've got the effects fully up. So the voice. All right, so let's put the voice all the way up and let's see if that makes a consistency between the two things. Sorry to have to do this on the stream, but it's better that I do this while I'm still live instead of creating a separate VOD, because then at least that way I can jump back into the game straight away. I'll put a timestamp in the VOD for when I actually start the game proper. Plus, it's a good opportunity to showcase how different games decide to divvy up their audio placement and on what settings and stuff. So the sound effects might still be softer, but that's probably most likely due to the global volume not being loud enough. But I just first want to test the dialogue in cutscenes versus in gameplay. So the dialogue for cutscenes is on the effects volume, and the dialogue for gameplay is on the dialogue volume. So with both the dialogue volume and the sound effects volume up to the highest, I want to see how that affects when it goes from cutscene to gameplay.
What a putrid offering. Don't fight. You have been chosen. Behold. Everything has already been written. But perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny.
I hate whiskey. I'm listening.
Are you...
That's...
I'm...
Is that...
I'm so very... Thank you for this information, Mr. Pierce. And
What's wrong?
as you... And it... Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do, there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, do you still...
I'm coming.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me...
Okay, so there's still a difference in the volume of the dialogue between cutscene and gameplay. The audio for cutscene dialogue is tied to the sound effect volume, and the dialogue for gameplay is set to the voice. And even with both the voice and effect up to the fullest, the voice is still softer in cutscenes than it is in gameplay. So this is an issue that I can't fix because I would need to be the devs to be able to do it. Let's see what happens when I put the global volume to the highest.
It means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. Sarah, even
The painter.
the police, they all...
But it...
I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me...
That's all you've got?
Yep, no matter what. I'll just put it back to what I had it. Alright, so go to sound, we turn everything off. There we go, and then back to ones. Okay, so I had global at 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Had music at 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Voice at 10, and then effects at 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I might turn effects up a bit louder. 5, 6, 7. There we go.
The painting?
I placed a...
Lidus, thank you very much, dude, for the 40 stream streak. That is excellent. Thank you very much for that. Bootleg, that's got to be frustrating. It really is. It really is. You know. But yeah, that's the thing. Can't do it. Everything is going well. I just had to do some troubleshooting for the audio. The dialogue settings in the cutscenes, even if you have both the dialogue audio to fullest, and then you have the effects volume up to fullest, the dialogue for both cutscenes and gameplay is still a different volume setting. It's still a different volume. Bootleg, naughty, absolutely. Lighter crap, missed what you said. Oh, did you miss what I said about the streak, or what I said before that? Bootleg, you're doing it on PC or a console? On a console, yeah, this is the PlayStation 4 version on my PlayStation 5. Okay, so what I'm going to do is reread the stuff that I read before. Chapter 1, Pierce Investigations Agency, Boston. Boston, 1924. Edward Pierce, veteran of the First World War, drowns his memories in liquor and sleeping pills. He is now a private detective who has trouble finding a case able to lift him from his torpor. Pierce must find a new case quickly or risk losing his license.
inescapably draws you on. What a putrid offering. Don't fight. You have been chosen. Behold. Everything has already been written. But perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny.
I hate whiskey.
Pierce Investigations Agency, my private detective agency, contracted to the Wentworth Detective Agency. After the Great War, I decided to set up in Boston where there is no lack of work for guys like me. One small-time case follows the other. Adultery, settled scores, disappearances that are not actually disappearances. The old office couch is less comfortable than a real bed, and I should probably get rid of these empty bottles, but this place is mine, for the moment. Sorry chat, we'll catch up in a moment. Just want to catch up on rereading this stuff. Sanity. Stable. Confident in your abilities and your Cartesian mind, you conduct your investigation by sticking to the facts, your convictions, and your perceptions of reality. Your conclusions are logical and reliable. So mental trauma, nightmares. Edward Pierce is a veteran of the First World War, where he took part in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. He is one of the few survivors of the Lost Battalion, American units that suffered heavy losses from enemy and Allied artillery fire. Forced to hold their position for several days, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades, without food or medical supplies, the soldiers were considered as lost by their fellow countrymen. Pierce is traumatized by these events. He consumes sleeping pills and liquor to ward off the nightmares that haunt him. The case. 20 October 1924. Pierce Investigation Agency. The doctor can well repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay, but I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings, I probably won't wake up. Despite the treatment, I again hear voices in my dreams, but they are different, unknown. They seem to surface from unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? Okay, so I'll catch up on chat now. Oh, I did, Lightus. Twitch deleted your comment. I've actually had that happen where it's not auto mod flagging it, but did it say message not sent when you tried to send it? Because I've had that happen. I don't know if that's what happened to you just now or not, but there wasn't any auto mod flagging that came up on my end. Lightus streak, and perhaps slightly before that, sorry. Oh, no need to apologize, Lightus. That's all good. Thank you very, very much for the 40 stream streak, Lightus. That is excellent. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Bootleg, you wonder if the Xbox version has the same problem. Wait, no, you played it on that, though now you don't remember. Same here, actually, Bootleg. The original, sorry, the first time I played this was the Xbox version. I played a few times, I think, on it before switching to the PlayStation, and I can't remember now if it did or not. Latest, stupid Twitch better not delete your comments, or what was it auto mod? Although you have a feeling you haven't triggered it. Triggered. Yeah, it hasn't come up with an auto mod notification for me. Thank you, Bootleg, for the 6 months, 20 days, and 2 hours of followage. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, that's really cool, Bootleg. Thank you very much for that amount of followage. Oh, hey, that cutscene sounded good. That was a cutscene, right? It was, Bootleg, yeah. Yeah, it was a cutscene. But yeah, it's so annoying, though, that that's going to happen. But yeah, nothing can be done about it. We'll just have to put up with the volume for dialogue in cutscenes being softer than the actual gameplay dialogue. So it'll be like, "Hello there, my name is Rod," that kind of thing.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares. I wonder why I still take these things.
The doctors prescribed them when I returned from the war. They swore that they would put an end to the nightmares, but for a while now, their effect has been wearing off.
Been too long since I've slept in a bed. The Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage. I used to be an avid reader. The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases. Married woman runs off with her girlfriend. The husband couldn't understand it.
The husband never understood that his wife had left him. He kept on calling me weeks after the investigation had been closed.
A good old story of blackmail in a speakeasy.
The bar owner who hired me didn't like the way I closed this case, but when you're already outside the law, there's not a lot one can do against a private detective who's got proof against you.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. I should get rid of all this stuff.
Okay, so to make the phone call happen, we need to turn the music off.
I'm listening.
Are you Edward Pierce, private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
Hello, Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sherifield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
Okay, so when it comes to applying your skill points, that they call character points in this game, the skills of medicine and occultism, this is the only time where you can actually put points into these two. So for this playthrough, I need to only put these initial points into occultism. After this, any skill points that we get can be put into any of these other purple category ones. And the focus of this playthrough is to read all the occult books, also speak the official Cthulhu language, as I'll call it for speed. So you need to answer all the dialogue choices that you can with that, and also get all the occult items and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're doing for this playthrough. I'll just put the command in with the text version of what I just said. There we go. Sona, welcome on in. You watched a video about why characters in movies and TV sound quieter. It's because actors had to be loud for the microphones, but nowadays actors can have mic on their person. Oh yeah, that's totally understandable in the recording part of production, yeah. But yeah, I don't know what they've done with the mixing after that fact, with the dialogue in cutscenes versus gameplay. Because the audio for dialogue in gameplay is the voice volume, but the voice volume in cutscenes is effect volume. But as this character can't multitask, nope. What is multitasking? So put all the points that we have. We had 8 points, so all of them go into occultism.
Thank you for this information, Mr. Pierce. Our files will soon be up to date. And on a related matter, may I raise a sensitive question?
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
I'm coming.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me, it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl, she is dead. Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look. I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness. Or if, on the contrary, you manage to detect some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture. That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Ironhide, thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you. Welcome on in as well. I hope things are going good. Where is she, Sally? Kiss my ass. I can't hear you. I'll say a little louder. Get fucked. Listen, loyalty is very touching, but it is not the most important thing in your life right now. But what is important is gravity. I have to remind you, Sally, this is my weak arm. You can't kill me, Matrix. You need me to find your daughter. Where is she? I don't know, but Kook knows. I'll take you to where I'm supposed to meet him. But you won't. Why not? Because I already know. Remember, Sally, when I promised to kill you last? That's right, Matrix. You did. I lied. Wow. What did you do with Sully? I let him go. Thanks for redeeming that Ironhide from Commando. Bootleg, look at what I have. I want you to look at this painting. It's like, look at it. A parody version would be like, look at this painting, and he puts it like right up to Edward's eyes, and Edward's like, I can't see it. It's like, what do you mean? I've put it right in front of your head. And then Edward grabs him, and then pushes him, and then grabs the painting, and then hits him over the head with it. Anyway, 20 October 1924. A strange picture painted by Sarah Hawkins a short while before her tragic death was sent to her father just after the artist died. He is convinced that she is the sender. He brought me the painting so that I could examine it. Stephen Webster, the wealthy industrialist, came to my office. He wants me to reopen the Sarah Hawkins case, named after his daughter, who died in a fire alongside her entire family. I must examine the documents he compiled in order to know more about the case. Bootleg, that was mean to show the contrast between the voice levels. Oh yeah. Oh, that was meant to show the contrast between the voice levels. I got you now. Yeah, so it's like, look at what I have. I want you to look at this painting. Yeah. Alright, how do you know what the above sentence could use in an audio impression? Now that would definitely be good for one.
Its strange beauty isn't enough to hide the feeling of dread it carries.
Art of Sarah Hawkins. Intuitive and visionary artist for some, overpriced imposter for others, Sarah Hawkins leaves nobody indifferent. This mysterious and reserved painter offers strange images, with violent colors and wild strokes, to the world. If her paintings are testimony to her vision of the world, then the world of Sarah Hawkins is a portal open to other dimensions. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective. Painting by Sarah Hawkins. This painting depicts a monstrous silhouette threatening a woman and child. Flames can be made out in the background. Stephen Webster, the father of Sarah Hawkins, thinks that it is linked to the death of his daughter.
A warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
A shipping label. Some of it is unreadable, but I can make out part of the address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater. The police report. It says that the fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. The police decide on a domestic accident, but they, nevertheless, insist on Sarah Hawkins' mental frailty. Why? A press cutting. An article written about the marriage of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, a businessman from the island of Darkwater. They live a recluse life there with their only son, Simon.
So, Mr. Pierce, what do you make of these elements?
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew that. She never would have hurt a fly. She only thought she saw things.
Saw things? What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
Darkwater? Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Her husband was a big deal on the island. But the police are sticking to the accident theory. Though they mention Sarah's mental state was fragile. I believe you are right, sir. This case is not as simple as it appears.
I am aware of that. I believe there is more to this case than just an accident.
The sender's label mentions...
That's right.
And you think...
That is go to...
I think I'm beginning to understand.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet down. I'm on your side. Let's sum things up. An artist dies with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before her death.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You'll be handsomely compensated.
All right. I'll take the case. I'll go to Darkwater and look into the death of your daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I didn't expect any less coming from a man in your situation.
Something's queer. But it's not like I have a choice. Dark water. I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic. I'll no doubt find some information on this island in there.
All that remains is to leave for dark water. I'll certainly find something on dark water in my bookcase. Okay, so we have some character bios. Stephen Webster, age 63, occupation businessman. A wealthy businessman well respected in the Boston area, Stephen Webster came to see me in order that I investigate the death of his only daughter Sarah Hawkins. The man accepts neither refusals nor inconvenient truths. He is ready to do anything to prove that his daughter was not mad. Charles Hawkins, age 41, occupation ship owner. Charles Hawkins was a local celebrity on Darkwater. The heir of a ship owner family, he used to travel a lot. He met Sarah Hawkins during a trip in Paris. They fell in love, got married, and Hawkins took her to the remote island of Darkwater. They had a child named Simon and lived a very secretive life. Sarah Hawkins, age 33, occupation painter. Sarah Hawkins, a painter known for her tortured artistic universe. She was worshipped for the strangeness of her work and the rarity of her public appearances. I seem to remember that she once said, "I paint what my dreams whisper to me." Her marriage to Charles Hawkins years ago surprised high society columnists. A wealthy Boston heiress known for her party-going chooses to follow her new husband and live as a recluse on the island of Darkwater. She disappeared from the front pages of newspapers and nobody heard any more about her. Even her death in a fire remained a secret. Only her father, Stephen Webster, continued to seek the truth. Simon Hawkins, age 11, occupation schoolboy. Only son of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, he died in the fire that claimed his whole family.
Darkwater is off the coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
Atlas of Atlantic Islands. Darkwater Island has been inhabited since the 14th century and is still rich with the many memories left by its lost tribes. But don't let the romanticism of these moving evidences of such naive and primitive beliefs fool you into forgetting how violent their gods were. A gigantic creature still ornates the walls of long-abandoned caves. Was it a sea or a dream god? No one knows. But today's inhabitants, the sons and daughters of the proud whale hunters, still remember the mysterious and tumultuous story of their small land off the coasts of Massachusetts. Hey there, Barnes. Hope things are going well? Did you finish Robocop? I absolutely did. Yeah, it was about almost a 10-hour stream to get the rest of it done. But that's all finished now.
All I have to do is go to the port. I just hope that I can find a boat able to take me to Darkwater.
In this playthrough as well, when it comes to finding medical books, it doesn't matter if I get an increase in medicine, because the main important thing is to make sure that I read the books on occultism. Chapter 2, Darkwater Port. Pierce took the Hawkins case. The cursed artist is accused of having caused the fire that killed her and her family. As the only clue, she left her father as a disturbing painting. On the shipping label, an address, a warehouse set on the docks of the island of Darkwater. The place seems to be the starting point for Pierce's investigation.
Almost there. Stay on board. There's guys coming to unload. Welcome to Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
So, what wind brought you?
Does the Hawkins case mean anything to you?
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlubber, but he was a good man.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
A nice young woman, and a great painter. What a tragedy. You know what? Go have a drink at the Stranded Whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you. As for me, you'll find me at the Harbor Master's office. If it's the Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
Bootleg, you just want the call to happen. When Cthulhu calls, it's up to you whether you answer or not. And if you do answer, maybe it's because you were all supposed to all along. And if you don't answer, then maybe it means that you're supposed to answer, because eventually you will. Is that kind of logic? It's like you can either do this or that. I'd like to do that. Well, you could do that, but you'll end up doing this. What do you mean? Well, eventually. But that you choose will not be that which you do. It'll be this instead. Now that we're actually in Darkwater, the island of Darkwater, it would seem that the world has forgotten the very existence of this isolated rock off the coast of Boston. It is a small, inhospitable island whose coastline is made up of steep cliffs and sharp reefs, and with only one outlet to the sea. It is mainly inhabited by the descendants of whalers who set up a supply post there in the 1800s. It was hit severely by the collapse of this activity. I think that the only venture on the island that is still profitable is its medical institute. Darkwater Port. At the entrance to the port of Darkwater, one still passes in front of the shell of the Sealer, or Skiller, the last whaling ship to have brought back a catch. Sailors wander the docks looking for some small job for the day. A gang of bootleggers has set itself up there and is gnawing away at the territory of Captain Fitzroy, the last sailor to own a boat capable of making the round trip between the island and mainland. Here, the golden age of whale hunting is but a distant memory. October 25th, 1924, Darkwater Docks. On the approaches to Darkwater, I saw thick clouds masking the sky. They were so low, they seemed intent on impaling themselves on the sharp reefs that circle the island. Fitzroy, the captain of the only tub that manages to float to the mainland, offered to help me. He may have documents that belong to Charles Hawkins. Fitzroy advised me to visit the port's bar. He mentioned a little pick-me-up. I suppose I could get the lay of the land at the same time. Fishermen have gathered around the carcass of a killer whale. I could have a look and see what the local cops have got to tell me. Captain Fitzroy offered to share with me what he has found on the Hawkins in the archives of the Harbour Master's office. That is true, bootleg mentioned. Bootleggers. So just to show, we've already put all the points that we were given at the start into occultism, and now when you try to put more, it says the medicine and occult skills can only be improved by objects discovered in the environment. So no longer can you put your points into it actively. You have to make sure that you find medicine or occult skills, occult objects discovered in the environment. But for the rest of the game, I can put my character points into whatever other ones that I want to.
The police do their work. Hey, Sullivan, can't you go any faster?
You've seen how old this thing is. If we force it too much, we'll break everything.
You can't do that.
But it's only a fish.
A fish? You've got no idea. Don't badmouth what you don't know, or you'll pay for it for sure.
Okay, that's enough. Step back and let us do our job.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand. You're not sailors. It's a sign. There's something coming. Something real bad.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
They're cops. They can't understand.
Damn stupid idiots.
Forget it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand. You're not sailors. It's a sign.
The blood is just beginning to coagulate. It died a short time ago. Only a specialist would know what killed it.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand. You're not sailors. It's a sign.
The same goes for you, sir. Move along.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now, please, allow me to do my job.
You don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
They're cops. They can't...
You can see that I'm busy, can't you?
You
That's
can't
no way to
understand. You're
treat
not
an old man.
sailors. Oh, yeah? It's a sign. There's something coming. Something real bad.
Don't put
can't
that beast back
understand?
in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
Shysters.
They can't understand.
That word always cracks me up. Shysters.
Pick up the pieces.
Come on, you bastard! You'll see what a true sailor's got in his belly. You hear that? You bilge rats don't scare me.
What did he call us just now?
I said you were a bilge rat. And even a poxed limpet. You think we don't know what you're doing? Hidden in the fog?
I'll shut up your big mouth once and for all.
Optimistic.
Are you stupid or what? Even your captain told you not to stick your noses around here again.
This isn't your home, you bunch of sand crabs. We go where we want.
Hey, you'll get us into trouble.
You're already in trouble.
Come on, can't we sort this out? You can see he's half drunk.
There's nothing to sort out. Your chum wanted to stir us up.
But you can stay to watch if you want. You can pick up the pieces.
Come on, you bastard. You'll see what a true sailor's got in his belly. You hear
There's
that?
nothing for you here either.
You bilge
Beat
rats
it.
don't scare me.
What did he call us just now?
I said you were a bilge rat. Even a...
There's something coming. Something real bad.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters.
Prohibition is just a joke around here. That suits me fine. Hey, be careful. Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
Pure instinct. I behaved like a Hun, and I sincerely apologize.
Veteran, huh?
307th Infantry Regiment.
Oh. Well, that'll be okay for now. But the war is over. Try not to forget it.
I'm here for information, not for a fight.
I prefer it that way. Speak then. I reserve the right to answer or not.
Dreadnought, thank you very much for leaving the lurk. Thank you.
I didn't expect to find alcohol on this island. What's the source of this miracle?
You mean who? Our source of supply wouldn't like me to betray them to the first comer.
I'll tell nobody.
She'd know it anyway. Anything else?
The Stranded Whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy. The name, it reminds us of the golden age of dock water, when our whalers left for long months and came back sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
It was a tough time, all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
Hello, Inmita. It's going well, thank you, dude. I'm doing good. How's things with you today?
Her vision. Was it so terrible?
Way I see it, the truth is really a question of point of view.
What do you mean by that?
Do you still trust the truth after a bottle of whiskey?
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
So they made you feel uncomfortable?
You need to see them for yourself. Make up your own mind.
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
Do you know where this place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams?
And that's not all. There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
That'll be all for now.
Cheers, Inmita. Thank you, dude. You're doing well. You're on a work break now. Excellent. That's great. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Hopefully it'll be a very, very good break. So that was Roy Mitchell, age 55, occupation owner of the Stranded Whale Bar. Roy Mitchell runs the only bar on dark water. Prohibition has no hold on the Stranded Whale, and sailors come to seek some comfort in Mitchell's whiskey. The man therefore knows, more than anyone, the secrets and rumors that the inhabitants of the island exchange after a few glasses. Mitchell is devoted to the golden age of whale hunting, if the numerous trophies that decorate his establishment are anything to go by. The man will talk freely on this subject on which he is so keen, but he will be far less enthusiastic if one was to inquire about his source of liquor. That's all good, Inmita. And the Tomb Raider stream did go really well. I got through a few levels, and I've only got 4 levels left now, so I think I should be able to finish them in the next stream. The Stranded Whale. A bar where liquor is served with total impunity is the last thing I expected to find when I arrived on this island. The Stranded Whale is its name, and it's managed with an iron hand by their owner, a certain Mitchell. He does not tolerate troublemakers, and he fiercely protects the identity of his supplier. All the inhabitants of the area seem to go there, and I even saw what looks to be a truce between the bootleggers and the sailors. Thanks to the GGs, Inmita. it's still so weird with the controls that I've switched around. My brain and reflexes and instincts still want to go and press the default buttons for things, but then I'm like, oh shit, that's right. That's not the default button in this playthrough. I've changed it to something else. And then there's combinations of things to actually press at the same time, and trying to remember that I need to press the two different buttons at the same time and not the default buttons at the same time. But I'm glad that it hasn't become a playthrough where it's taking like a whole stream to just do one level. So I'm thankful for that.
And then he said, "You have no right to treat us like this."
And the doctor, what did he say?
He laughed.
My God.
You said it.
She will do it again, you know?
Oh.
The girl doctor. Colden. She won't stop asking.
Not that again. She will get us into trouble.
I know.
And then he said, "You have no right to treat us like this."
And the doctor, what did he say?
He laughed.
My God.
You said it.
She will do it again, you know?
Oh.
The girl doctor. Colden. She won't stop asking.
Not that again. She will get us into trouble.
I know.
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations, gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader. Ah, that's it. Maybe we should let him take it. No, the risks are too high. It's a book, after all. Pure knowledge.
Bootleg rod default settings, family dual shots. That was funny in RoboCop Rogue City to pay homage to that scene in RoboCop by doing that as much as I could in the gameplay. There were definitely moments where I needed to shoot enemies in other spots because they were way too powerful and stuff. And then of course you get, non-organic enemies that you have to face. In Mita, that happened to you yesterday when you were playing Spider-Man. You forgot the controls? Oh no, dude. It can lead to some funny things, but it can also still be so frustrating as well. Especially in scenarios where one hit and you're dead, and you accidentally do the wrong thing. You might forget what the block button is, or you might forget a special move that you learned like 2 or 3 hours before. And things like that.
She will do it again, you know?
The miraculous catch. Apparently, the most significant event of the last 80 years.
The Shanty, 21st of May, 1847. Miraculous catch. The Skeeler returns to port to save Darkwater from famine. We had given up hope. The crew of the Skeeler, or what remains of it, returned to Darkwater port late on Tuesday afternoon. The locals immediately rushed to the docks to welcome the last whaling ship on the island. People were amazed at the sight of the unbelievable catch the brave vessel had on board. Of a size that went beyond that of the formidable toothed whales, the cetacean that is already being called the miraculous catch covered the whole deck, and parts of it were hanging over the side of the ship. The surviving sailors told a frightening account of their perilous catch, but also of its meat, unmatched in its quality and plentiful, nutritious benefits. There is no doubt that the immense size of this whale will allow numerous inhabitants of Darkwater to feed themselves, bringing an end to the famine from which part of the island was suffering. Warehouse for rent. Mr. Marks is putting his warehouse up for rent from June for fishing, workshop, or storage activities. You can contact him via your favorite newspaper or visit him on the docks. Special evening at the Stranded Whale. To celebrate the return of our brave whalers, all the staff of the Stranded Whale invite you to an exceptional and free tasting event. Come with your family or with friends to taste the miraculous catch. Each person will leave with a bottle of oil, so don't hesitate.
Oh, the girl doctor. Colden. She won't...
The miraculous catch is what the locals call the last catch of their whalers. In 1847, although whales were disappearing from the fishing zone of the Darkwater whalers, the crew of the Skeeler made a gigantic and monstrous catch that saved the island from famine. They still celebrate this catch, and an article from the time still decorates the bar. It's strange how the memory seems so alive, as if it was maintained by the survivors. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective.
Stop asking.
Not that again.
She will get us into trouble.
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations, gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader.
Mr. Goethe, did you see the new Call of Cthulhu? Which one? I think there's a couple of games that are coming out that are related to Cthulhu or H.P. Lovecraft in some way. There's like a co-op shooter on an island one, then there's like a sci-fi version of one.
Do you like our song?
We're true sirens.
We may not be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
What brought whaling to an end?
The whales, of course.
They all disappeared.
You exhausted the stocks.
You could say that, yes. There were fewer and fewer of them.
Until the last, the biggest.
The one of the miraculous catch.
Exactly.
I've never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
I saw the newspaper clipping. You don't believe it, do you?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
We're the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847.
It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report. Our grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
Delicious, hey? In Assassin's Creed Syndicate, there's a character, Lucy Thorne, and there's a scene where she is talking and then she has a cup of tea with her, and then she takes a sip and then she's like, delicious. And Emerald O'Hanrahan, who plays her, is actually in this game as well. So, yeah, that made me think of that connection. Mr. Goethe, it's called Cthulhu, the Cosmic Abyss, co-op action game, the Mound Omen of Cthulhu. Oh, yeah. This might sound unfair, but usually when a game gets announced and they say co-op, I check out. No matter if the game looks great or anything like that. But I hope that it ends up being a great co-op game for co-op players, though. But I did have an interest in that Cosmic Abyss one, though.
I bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Good night, stranger.
So long.
Stranger. Got a lot of good things on sale, stranger. Thank you.
And the doctor...
What are you buying? What are you selling? Ah, I'll buy it at a high price.
She will do it again, you know.
Charles Hawkins was a heavy drinker and a debtor. Interesting.
Mr. Goethe.
Thank you, stranger. What are you buying? What are you buying? What are you buying?
I can never forget the Mega 64 episode where they go out in public with Rocco dressed up as the merchant from Resident Evil 4. And he goes around asking people, what are you buying? What are you selling? And all that kind of stuff. Then he comes across this person and he's like,
What are you buying?
and they're like, oh, just some pizza for myself and the kids. And then he's like,
What are you selling?
and she's like, nothing. And then just walks off. I think at the end of the video they show him getting arrested.
It's a sign. There's something coming.
So now, wouldn't a green light be easier on the eyes? I guess it depends. I guess it depends on the person's eyes, I imagine. Like, some people's eyes are more sensitive to light than others. So I'm sure there's some colors that are more kind of like intrusive to vision for some people than others. Mr. Goethe, apparently the stranger is in debt at Capcom. Apparently says players sell more. Yeah, that was funny how they've tallied up all the amount of like money that was spent by players selling rather than buying.
The Scylla. It finished up beached at the entrance to the harbor.
So for this playthrough, I'm not going to be reading like absolutely everything. Basically stuff that is related to the main story, but also things that are related in this particular playthrough with the occult focus and all that kind of stuff. But I do want to read like Edward's diary entries and about the locations and all that kind of stuff.
This man and Fitzroy could be twins.
In this photograph, a man who looks like Captain Fitzroy is posing on the bridge of a ship. He has a wooden leg.
What a macabre souvenir.
I've got a spoiler tag on the stream, so myself and chatters can talk about spoiler stuff if you played the game before. There's something I want to talk about, and it's a major spoiler for this game's story, and it's kind of like a little bit of a plot twist as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this screen, and for those who might want to mute the stream, if you see me exit from this screen, then you know it's safe to actually unmute the stream as well. But I'm going to do a countdown to when I'm going to talk about spoilers. And so I'm going to talk about spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here's the twist. All that time ago, when the miraculous catch was discovered and brought back to the island, members of the crew, there was a mutiny, and some of the members of the crew that actually came back are actually immortal. So Captain Fitzroy and the photo of his supposed father, it's actually Fitzroy. And this wooden leg that is on display is there because eating the flesh of Leviathan, which was the miraculous catch, essentially gave them regenerative capabilities, so they could grow their limbs back. So Fitzroy, who used to need a wooden leg, doesn't need one anymore because his leg grew back. So that's basically why there's a photo of him with the wooden leg, but the wooden leg is actually on a display, and Captain Fitzroy is walking fine with 2 legs. That's because he grew 1 leg back. Bootleg only made it to the building with the things in it. Oh, you did when you played this game? That's fair enough, yeah. Okay, so the spoiler talk that I was talking about is now over.
Broken. This place seems half abandoned. A souvenir from a more prosperous era. I guess this blackboard hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years. Fishing equipment. Could do with some rust remover. I wonder what Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this woman, Cat.
Captain, the terms of our agreement are clear. Keep your men under control. You cannot afford to provoke us. No need to answer this message. Just make your payment to the carrier. Cat.
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck. I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins. But that's all I'll get from them.
Only a few dates are still legible. 1890, 1907, and a partial date. The rest of the document is blacked out. Who would want this information to be hidden? You mean it is redacted?
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do to help you.
Your manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
I was looking at your photograph. The one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
And for good reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you're interested.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
Killer whales don't have many known predators.
That's true. And normally, they're not found around here. But, you're gonna take me for a fool.
Give it a try.
Have you heard about the depths? Trenches that plunge into the earth and that shelter creatures unlike any other.
You're talking about mythology.
Ha! Indeed, you're right.
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake. Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least. The miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past. Go read the story of the sailor's return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
I found a threatening letter, signed by a certain cat.
What? I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I'd prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Not exactly, no. That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything to stop her?
Don't you worry about that.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36. Do you know where it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Understood.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse.
I just want to ask this to get the dialogue from him. Where is this warehouse again? Where is the warehouse?
Can you tell me where the warehouse is again?
Look, I've already shown it to you. It's the one with the cop on guard duty out front. You can't miss it.
Understood.
Oh, that warehouse. I thought you were talking about the other warehouse. All right.
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Here's some info on James Fitzroy, age 45, occupation captain. James Fitzroy is the captain of the Charybdis, the only boat that still sails between Darkwater and Boston. His base is the Harbour Master's office, from where he misses nothing that happens on the island. The inhabitants of Darkwater respect him. The bootleggers despise him. He offered to help me in my investigation. Hey there, Not Fry. Hope things are going well. It's like, which warehouse? That warehouse? Where's the warehouse? Which warehouse? I learned nothing from Fitzroy's documents, but I did get confirmation on what I'd been suspecting since Boston. The warehouse mentioned on the shipping label of Sarah Hawkins' painting belongs to Hawkins. It's on the docks. I must find a way to get into it. Not Fry, things are okay for you, thank you, sir. Oh, nice. That's good. Glad to hear that things are going well.
Damn stupid idiots. Forget it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand. You're not safe.
Cthulhu is going great so far, not Fry. This game is one of those that I always like to revisit. And I really like the atmosphere of it too. I was talking earlier about horror stories where the character starts off in like a safe environment. You know, it might be their home or it might be some kind of like location where there's protection. And then they have to delve into a location where there's going to be, you know, horrors lurking beneath, you know. So it's the classic kind of setup of characters going from one kind of environment to a hostile one, sometimes knowing that there's going to be some hostility there, but other times not, and going into it obliviously, you know, that kind of stuff. Plus also games and stories where there's like a mystery and stuff like that can also be something that I like to sink my teeth into, and that's something that this game has as well. But yeah, this one was 2018 when it came out, so we're getting closer to its 10th anniversary.
St. Brendan, patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. I can't even say which language it's written in.
St. Brendan. Does the patron saint of whales and whalers still protect the sailors of Darkwater? Visibly, there were other gods before St. Brendan, and their worshippers do not seem to be of this opinion. The locals still worship the old saint, but a mark was made on the statue by another cult. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective.
You live here?
Why did you do that, huh?
We saw what you did to St. Brendan.
Yeah, we'll teach you to come onto our island and ridicule our protectors.
I respect your beliefs.
Our beliefs? You mean you don't believe in God?
That's irrelevant.
That's what you think.
There's you, our beloved statue, and then those two bozos behind us. Wait, now that I think about it, it's got to be them. There's one of them who's always going back and forth to the statue.
Quieter. That's all we need for them to hear us.
What brings you to Darkwater?
The two guys behind you. What are they guarding?
The bootleggers. Scum.
They're protecting their territory. From whom, I wonder?
They really don't have a choice anyway. They're more scared of Cat than an attack by drunken sailors.
If only they would kill each other.
Is it Cat who's shaking down Captain Fitzroy?
Hold on just a minute. We didn't tell you a thing.
Nothing at all.
That statue represents your local saint.
What do you mean by local, exactly?
You wouldn't be looking down at us, like all townspeople do.
St. Brendan. He protected whalers and fishermen like us. Until those assholes defaced him.
Peculiar house.
Yeah, that's where we live. Our boat.
It's not because it doesn't float anymore that we're going to abandon it.
Isn't it a bit early for alcohol?
We got nothing better to do anyway. There's not much work around here.
Fitzroy gives us a few chores every now and again, but since the whaling station shut down, ain't a lot of jobs left around here.
So we drink.
I've taken enough of your time.
We'll see you later.
No, if it gets out, I'll have serious problems with you-know-who.
I bet that you hid them somewhere in your hut on the docks.
Not even, and don't go looking there.
How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded?
Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat.
It's a stiletto, you idiot. And with that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway. Who's this guy?
No idea. You better keep it shut.
Why, we don't have a clear conscience.
Quiet. What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We saw you talking to the two soaks. Go die of thirst, the lot of you. It'll stink less.
I went to see the statue of St. Brendan.
What makes you think we did it?
We're bootleggers, not savages.
Who do you think defaced the statue?
What do I know? They could have done it by themselves.
The sailors?
Who else, in your opinion? And who's interested?
So, who are you?
Are you stupid or are you doing it on purpose?
Everybody knows us on Darkwater.
I've just arrived.
Let's just say we're standing guard for the owner of the site. And we let no one enter her property.
Kat. She's your boss.
What? You listen through keyholes?
She's the boss, yeah. She says who goes in or not.
Shut up, you dummy. You wanted to know that you also talk too much.
She must be quite intimidating if she can make two men like you tremble.
She redid the smile at the last one who wanted to get in.
I hope he had a good dentist.
No, you don't understand. She really cut him a new smile.
But he only smiles with the left cheek.
She sounds frightening, your boss.
And she doesn't like to be talked about behind her back.
I've got to enter the Hawkins warehouse. I guess it's going to be complicated.
No, it's very simple, in fact. Fuck off.
I don't give a damn about your racket. I just want to get into this warehouse.
And we don't give a damn about you. Whatever your reason for wanting inside, there's nothing we can do for you.
I bid you gentlemen farewell.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm not here to hinder your work, officer. Edward Pierce, private detective.
Sorry, we're all a little on edge today. What are you doing here?
I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
Darn it. Why do you want to drag up all that stuff again?
My investigation has led me to this warehouse.
That case was closed months ago.
What more can you say about the death of the Hawkins family?
Not much more than what everyone knows. I wasn't on the case. They were all burnt to death, right? Up at their place.
The whole mansion went up in flames.
Don't get it into your head to go wandering around up there. It's dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
The only one left there is old Silas, and the accident has affected him badly. He can be unpredictable, especially if a stranger starts poking around the property.
Is he a danger to the public?
No, he's in his own home. Do yourself a favor. Leave him well alone. You again. I told you to beat it.
No need to get worked up.
Something real bad. Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy. They're cops. They can't understand. Damn stupid idiots.
You saw what happened with those sailors. Don't hang around here unless you want trouble with the bootleggers.
I've seen the kind of messages their boss sends. You're not scared of her.
Of course I am. Everyone's scared of that woman. She's not interested in small fry like me. You, on the other hand, nose around too much, you'll have dealings with her.
This warehouse looks abandoned. Why does it interest them so much?
No doubt a question of territory, but I ain't asking. You want to know more, go ask the captain.
Good. Thank you. I shall take my leave.
You're back again. What can I do for you?
Apparently the bootleggers don't want anyone hanging around the warehouses.
They're part of the private property I mentioned earlier.
And yet the place looks abandoned. Why guard the entrance?
As a precaution, I suppose. All the warehouses are more or less interconnected by old sewers.
You mean that there's a way to go from one to the other by tunnel?
I couldn't tell you if it's still the case today for all the warehouses on the island, but I think I can imagine what you've got in mind. You can always visit them if you're not the claustrophobic type.
We're no longer at home on our own island.
Calm down. It's not worth the effort.
I told him, that flunky, that he'll see what a real sailor has in his belly.
If you continue like that, everyone will see what you've got in your belly.
I hope so. I hope they don't forget the lesson. Me? I'm not scared of some girl.
I mean they're going to cut you open, you idiot. Calm down.
A handle. It must come from these old winches. This ratchet device seems to be usable. A whale vertebra. If the newspaper clipping in the bar is true, this bone is a real fossil. An old cogwheel. Rusty, but in working order. This tunnel goes under the warehouses. I could use this old winch to lift the grating. Looks like everything is in its place. All that's left is to try to turn this handle. Damn, I broke it.
Well, well. A little mouse has got lost on our turf. What gave you the crazy idea to come onto my turf? Has the cat got your tongue?
You've come for a fight. What I've got to say won't change a thing.
You're a quick learner. I decide who comes in and who stays out. And anyone who doesn't respect my rules, I punish them.
Is your name Cat?
What of it?
Maybe we can come to an understanding.
Maybe. Or maybe not. Get this joker out of here. He might have a little trouble walking on his own.
Ugh. I'm getting careless. I didn't see that coming. If I want to get into this warehouse, I'm going to have to deal with her.
Well, well, look who's back.
Did you miss us?
I have an offer that could interest you.
We're listening.
I need you to keep them busy for a while.
You send us to take the punishment while you go quietly about your business. What's in it for us?
What would convince you to help me?
There's only one thing that'll get us to move.
For sure. Bring us something to drink and we'll take care of the bootleggers.
I'll be back.
Take your time. We're going nowhere.
Stay here. I'll be back. Bootleg, Narcap, he's a soldier. He would have been trained for hand-to-hand, or at least a good understanding. Yeah, that's one of the things that feels a bit kind of like off. Now, granted, anyone, potentially, even if they have training, can have someone that will, counter them and be able to overpower them. But at the same time, it kind of undermines the character that there's no real kind of thing. I mean, I think maybe if you increase the character's strength, it has an effect. I've never actually tried to do a playthrough where I just put skill points into strength. But the good thing about games like this is there's always another way, different route, different kind of approach.
What can I get you?
What do you know about the Hawkins warehouse?
If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams?
And that's but all anything...
Already had actually heard that before.
Let's say I want to buy a bottle from you.
Choice is yours. Everything's on sale.
How much for a bottle of whiskey?
$5.
I guess I'm not desperate.
I'm not judging you.
That'll be all for now.
She will do it again.
the water, you shysters. You're crazy. They're cops. They can't understand. Damn stupid idiots. Get it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
So, have you got what we asked you for?
Look what I've got.
You're a good guy, you. Follow me. Cheers, you jackass.
Oof, I don't feel well.
Hey, where are you going?
I hope for your sake that I didn't hear.
No, it's not what you think. It's just that you sell your stuff at too high a price.
You got it
Let's see. Shoot. I'll have to find another way to get in.
RNG's against me at the moment. Bootleg? Oh my god, still no call. That is just crazy that I haven't gotten back to you.
Okay now. Please.
Oh, yeah? What I heard didn't sound too friendly to me.
No. Please. My tongue got ahead of my senses. Or something like that. Hey, tell him to calm down.
Me? And why would I do that?
It was just a little joke.
So I mustn't have understood it because it didn't make me laugh. You don't like our prices, it's gonna cost you a lot more than a bottle.
He's stewed to the gills. You'll get nothing out of him.
I'm not interested in the chat. I want to tan his hide.
Tan my what? Oh, no, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm okay now. Please.
Oh, yeah? What I heard didn't sound too friendly to me.
No.
Damnation. I broke it. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
RNG is really against me. No matter. It's not one of those games where they're like, right, there's no way to progress. Game over.
Get it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
You again. I told you to beat it.
No need to get worked up.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand. You're not sailors.
You didn't tell me that the warehouse I was looking for was right in front of us.
Because its owner is dead. And I don't want to see you hanging around it. Now please, leave us to our work.
You can't understand. You're not sailors. Oh, yeah? It's a sign.
He's gonna get us into trouble.
Something real bad.
Don't put that beast back in.
You're back again. What can I do for you?
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
What can I get you?
Charles Hawkins owed you a lot of money. Do you know if he had problems?
I don't know the details, and it's not my business. Money or not, he was always welcome in my bar. The Hawkins family was always much appreciated on the island.
I read the article on the miraculous catch. Interesting local folklore.
Don't get it into your head to repeat that round here. It's more than folklore. On that day, the crew of the Scylla caught an exceptional catch. The biggest whale ever caught. And they saved Darkwater from famine.
That'll be all for now.
Ah, that's it. Maybe we should let him take it. No. No.
Do you like our song?
We're true sirens.
We may not be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
I heard the Hawkins family owned a warehouse on the docks.
An old family of ship owners.
Tell me something I don't already know.
They were made much richer by the miraculous catch.
You shouldn't talk about the dead like that.
We're not speaking ill. We're just saying that Daniel Hawkins made a fortune without taking any risk.
There! You're speaking ill, you see.
It's your proof that the miraculous catch really did happen.
I bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Good night, stranger.
So long.
What? Another break?
One of those damn sailors came looking for trouble again.
But he won't try again anytime soon. We gave him a good hiding.
So you said to yourselves that after such a feat, you could abandon your post.
It's just a little drink. We taught those guys a lesson.
We'll return right after. It's just that standing guard in this alley makes your throat dry.
That fool Fitzroy can't keep his dogs on a leash.
I'll have to send him a more clear-cut message.
Hello, Doubledore. Hope things are going well. You played this game. So, did you get the ending that you were kind of expecting or wanting? Because I know it depends so much on what you do as well. I mean, there's some of the endings that are guaranteed to be an option, but just depends too.
Hey, Mitchell. A drink for our new friend. I owe you. You don't know how to fight, but at least you've got guts.
Yeah. Aching guts.
Huh. I've got them too. But you don't hear me whining like a pooch who's lost its leash. You didn't back down. It's something that I respect. So understand by that. If I catch you again, you'll carry a more permanent reminder of our encounter. Tell me, what brings you to Darkwater?
I'm fascinated by the history of the whaling station.
Huh. You certainly don't lack style. But enough of the jokes. You reek of private eye. Who did you come for?
The Hawkins family.
Now why doesn't that surprise me? A little advice, though. If you want to survive more than a day in this rat hole, avoid talking about them to the first people you meet.
Livy, always lie. Especially when you're tired.
Is that more dangerous than having a drink with you?
I'm not kidding. The old families, they were here long before us. And they'll be here long after we are gone.
The old families?
The descendants of the first whalers. These people truly worship their ancestors.
I've got a few questions about the island.
I'm not here to give you information. Mitchell will tell you what he wants to tell you.
I need to get into the Hawkins warehouse.
You're out of luck. It's on my turf.
It's precisely for that reason that I've come to see you.
Are you pulling my leg?
Think it over. I've seen what you're capable of. And you didn't miss me.
I accept the compliment. Well, I see you're serious. To be honest, as long as it doesn't interfere with my business, I don't care. But I'll go with you, to make sure you don't stick your nose into things that don't concern you.
Sounds honest to me.
I'm not finished. If I do that for you, if I let you onto our turf to conduct your little affairs, you'll be indebted to me, and I guarantee that I always collect on what I'm owed. Think about it. I help you, you'll owe me a favor in return. Do you accept?
Do I have a choice?
Oh, we always have one, Detective. Follow me.
Nobody questions your authority here. I was given to believe that Fitzroy stood up to you.
That dope tried to save face in front of his sailors. They revere their brave captain as they do their old statues. But sooner or later, all statues get buried in bird shit, and nobody cares.
And the police? They do nothing to stop you?
The local cops? The cops drink like everyone else, sweetheart. They know where their interests lie. Apart from that pig-headed Bradley. I don't know whether to admire his stubbornness or to have pity on him.
Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand, you're not sailors. It's a sign.
You can't understand, you're not sailors. You can't understand?
It's fine. He's with me.
Oh, okay.
That's how it's done. Do I still need to hold your hand? Or do you think you'll get by on your own now?
Don't overdo it.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you. I've done enough mothering for now.
Ugh, this place stinks.
Okay, so this is Kat, age 24, occupation gang boss. Boss of a gang of bootleggers which seems to use Darkwater as a hideout. Kat always keeps an eye on her territory, the zone of abandoned warehouses on the docks. I have the impression that all the men on Darkwater fear her, even Mitchell, the owner of the stranded whale, is reluctant to talk about her. She uses Darkwater as the point of departure for her cargoes of whiskey, and she is slowly gnawing away at Captain Fitzroy's territory.
What is the connection between this place and the Sarah Hawkins case? What happened here? Can't sleep. I know how that feels. Who has enough money to buy painkillers, but stays in a place like this? It smells as bad as it looks. What is this picture of Charles and Sarah Hawkins doing here? Is this one of Sarah Hawkins' paintings?
Levy, you're currently preparing the most boring presentation for work. That's what you should say when you open up with the presentation. Welcome everyone to the most boring presentation for work. Hawkins Warehouse. Officially unused since Charles Hawkins' death, this warehouse recently housed a clandestine resident. Signs of life attest to the fact. The presence of blood-stained bandages must also be noted, probably removed from a wound, as well as pills, painkillers, and sleeping pills. Moreover, the occupant seems to be obsessed with Sarah Hawkins, as attested by the presence of several documents connected to the artist's life, photograph, press cutting. But it is the discovery of a partly charred painting, recognized by Officer Bradley as having come from the Hawkins mansion, that allows all doubts to be lifted as to the link between the contents of this building and the Hawkins case.
Someone has settled in here.
And whoever it is has something to tell me about the Hawkins case. Is there anyone in there? You! Don't move! Detective Pierce. I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
Threaten the police officer.
Wound up? You mean messed up?
Dog. We don't take no lessons from the likes of you. We do our job carefully and fairly. No stone was left unturned.
Really? Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it.
It was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene? Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
Of course. You want to go back along his trail?
I'd like to understand how this painting made it to here.
Come on. My car's parked down the way. Andrews, would you please shut the door? And open your eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your nose. God damn it. Her again. This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage, or I'll shut you up for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair. Too bad you're too fat to see them down there.
Why, you...
Come on, keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
I thought I'd straightened you out, mister. I am disappointed, but we'll meet again.
Is it far, this mansion?
Look behind you, at the top of the ridge. You see the building? That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got some driving to do.
Hey, you there. You've committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. Wait, I know you. Nah, man, that ain't me. I'm from Buffalo. Chapter 3, Garden of the Hawkins Mansion. Pierce managed to get into the warehouse. The place, thought to be abandoned, revealed some surprises, signs of recent occupation as well as a partly charred painting. Interrupted in his searching by Officer Bradley, Pierce convinced him to join his investigation. The police officer is willing to drive the detective to the Hawkins mansion. Mr. Gated, did someone steal your sweet roll? It's funny because the actor for that character is in Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Well, here we are, Hawkins Mansion. The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
I see no scorched trees or fire damage on the building.
You're pretty damn observant, ain't you? The fire was quickly contained. Old Silas acted as soon as he could.
Not soon enough to save the Hawkins.
They were trapped in the drawing room. And don't go troubling Silas anymore. His guilt torments him enough as it is. Are we gonna take a closer look at this mansion, or do you have other questions?
Your partner, Andrews, warned me against him.
You managed to get something out of that bum? I'll end up asking you for advice.
He talks too much. He inferred that old Silas was slightly unhinged.
That's not far off the mark, I suppose. But kinda unfair at the same time. You know, Silas Winchester has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as I can remember. Charles was like a son to him. The day of the fire, he lost his whole family, so he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way, he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
You won't get me to believe that it looked any better 3 months ago.
It's a very old building, you know? Its foundations would probably date from the arrival of the first settlers.
It's got nothing to do with Charles Hawkins' debts.
Ha! You've already begun to nose around, it would seem. So, since you already know it, the Hawkins family couldn't afford the upkeep of this house. It remains to be seen what they did with all their money. I wager it was Charles Hawkins' travels. Let's go up there. Unless you still have questions.
You're the one who looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake. Anything else?
I prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age. A true force of nature.
A sad old man doesn't worry me.
Gee, if you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
Night falls quickly here, and I want to be able to see when we arrive.
I'll go with you, if only to reassure Silas.
Why not? You can help.
Right. Let's go.
Wow, what a mansion. Don't open that door. But Chris is... Chris is my old partner, you know. Sorry, I couldn't help it, Resident Evil. Whenever there's a game I'm playing that has a mansion in it, I always try to work in the "Wow, what a mansion" line from Resident Evil. 25 October 1924. Garden of Hawkins Manor. Officer Bradley drove us along the cliffs of Darkwater to the Hawkins mansion. The huge house, set on the edge of a steep summit, looks onto the lighthouse. The place seems to be abandoned for some time. Bradley told me about an old caretaker still living here. He shouldn't prevent us from getting to the mansion. So, Officer Bradley, age 37, occupation police officer. This hick cop likes order and justice. He's no great sleuth, but he seems more inclined than his colleagues to discover the truth in the Hawkins case. The inhabitants of the island seem to be friendly with him. He could help me in my investigation. Hawkins Mansion, Gardens. The Hawkins Mansion is perched at the top of a steep cliff. The abandoned garden harbors the graves of the Hawkins family, and only the old caretaker, Silas Winchester, still roams this bleak spot. He protects it fiercely and still puts flowers on the graves of his old masters. It's a gloomy place. Actually, there's something I forgot to read, I think. Or maybe I did. Yeah, I think I did, maybe. Chapter 3, Garden of the Hawkins Mansion. Pierce managed to get into the warehouse. The place, thought to be abandoned, revealed some surprises. Signs of recent occupation as well as a partly charred painting. Interrupted in his searching by Officer Bradley, Pierce convinced him to join his investigation. The police officer is willing to drive the detective to the Hawkins Mansion. Levy, literally boring yourself while looking at this? Oh no. I mean, that definitely sounds like a boring presentation then.
Poor kid. The flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh. The old caretaker must be very attached to her. Someone must really hate Charles Hawkins.
I told you. Silas Winchester is still watching over the Hawkins family.
I must say, it's pretty gloomy.
So, Detective, does this place inspire any thoughts?
Do you know if Charles Hawkins had any enemies?
Not to our knowledge. He was a well-respected personality on the island. I don't understand. Silas would never have let such a thing happen.
Why were they buried here?
I was given to believe that it was Charles Hawkins' wish.
Strange idea. I imagine Webster wasn't too pleased.
Mrs. Hawkins' father? It's said that he's devastated.
Let's go to the mansion.
Please give me a minute. I didn't expect to set foot back here after the burial. What kind of deranged individual would defile this sanctuary? And steal a burnt painting? I don't see Silas doing such a thing. Let alone allowing it. Even that broad baker is above that. Lord, have pity on this poor family.
Hello there, Dex. Welcome, dude. It's going well, thank you. I hope things are going well with you. How's this game that you've never heard of? It's going good. Played it a few times. In the past, I've gotten all the different endings and done them in my playthroughs. It's from 2018, and it's about this artist who saw visions, and she lived on this island called Darkwater, and there was a fire, and we play a private investigator who was hired by her father to find out what really happened. So that's basically the setup. Levy, you'd play this if it wasn't first person. Yeah, there's no third person option. Dex, that sounds pretty cool. Only seen this for a few moments and the ambience is already hitting. Oh yeah, Dex, that's one of the things I like about this game a lot. It also has some really interesting music.
I'll have to find another entrance.
Now, I don't know if you've played a game called Vampire before, but the main character in that, Jonathan Reed, is played by Anthony Howell, and he also plays the main character in this game, Edward Pierce.
This entrance is still in use.
Whoa! Whoa! You were trying to force the door, you nosy prick!
Easy, sir, all right? Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them. Dump them into the ocean.
Whoa! You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe, and let's talk calmly.
I'll show you how we have it out on Darkwater.
You haven't forgiven yourself. You stay here to honor the memory of the deceased.
That's true. I want no more violence. No more tragedy.
It's painful to be the last one left.
You don't know how right you are. Understood. I'm listening.
The police report describes a domestic accident, but Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old mule. And I did tell him that we should let the dead rest in peace.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
No, I can't let you in. The mansion isn't safe.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked, and I make sure it stays that way.
You still put flowers on her grave. You cherish her memory.
Mrs. Hawkins was an exceptional person. She cared for everyone around her.
Let me shed a light on what happened to her. Give me that key.
I'm probably making a big mistake, but it won't be the first. Here, take the key and do what you have to do. Go on, then. Just to get rid of you.
Let's see what more I can learn from this mansion.
So that was Silas Winchester, age 64, occupation caretaker of the Hawkins property. The old caretaker of the Hawkins family, Silas Winchester, still watches over the family graveyard and the burned-out mansion. Devoted to Charles Hawkins, whom he all but raised, he also has great respect for the memory of Sarah Hawkins and their child Simon. His long months of solitude in the abandoned property have made him very distrustful. Silas still puts flowers on the graves of Charles, Sarah, and Simon.
The poor wretch seems to spend the best part of his time isolated from the world. I know a thing or two about solitude myself. Rather Spartan. The caretaker has simple tastes.
Hello, Gorky. How's your day going today? Oh, very nice. That's good, Gorky. Glad to hear that you're going great.
Pierce, shall we enter? Now that you've finished your fun and games with Silas, we can perhaps inspect the mansion.
You're right. Let's go.
I'm really good, thank you, Gorky. I've had a good day today. Did a stream earlier of Tomb Raider Remastered as well. Made some good progress, so most likely next week we'll finish that playthrough. And this game will probably take me today and tomorrow. It's one of those games too where the amount of chapters might make it seem like it's going to be like a really, 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 really long game, but the pacing of it kind of ramps up for a few chapters and doesn't really feel like it's too sort of like slow or anything like that. But I mean, it also depends on how much time you take. Exploring everywhere and reading stuff, all that kind of thing too.
Pierce, shall we enter?
Levy, can someone finish this presentation for you, please? Yeah, it'd be good if you could just press a button and then it just writes itself, and then it just is approved instantly. And they're just like, yep, we don't need to see the presentation. We've already actually seen it. It was downloaded into our minds.
Let's take a look inside.
I'm with you.
Chapter 3, Hawkins Mansion. Pierce and Officer Bradley explored the gardens of the Hawkins Mansion. The family lies in the graveyard of the property, guarded by Silas Winchester. The old caretaker, still faithful to his employers, keeps watch on the place, armed with his axe. Pierce and Bradley manage to calm him down and, finally, get hold of the key to the Hawkins Mansion. They enter the building, looking for the scene of the fire. Dumbledore, have cave will cult? That is true, yes. There's always a cave. Maybe not in every literal horror movie. I mean, not literally in every thing. I mean, it could also be symbolic as well. But then you get like games that have sewers. Like Silent Hill have to have sewers. Resident Evil have to have sewers.
Follow me. I know the place. Who left this light on?
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me? What kind of meat is this? This place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins.
Gorky looks yummy. I mean, who knows? It might actually be delicious.
The boy was probably here. Smashed his plate on the floor. Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched? Something happened at this table. An argument?
Hey, Pierce. Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is next door. Silas managed to bring the fire under control, but it was already too late for the Hawkins.
Was Charles Hawkins some kind of explorer?
Charles Hawkins poses like an explorer in front of exotic ruins. It is common knowledge that he wasted away his fortune on expensive trips What was he looking for?
Charles and Sarah's wedding, as painted by Sarah herself. Let's see if I can find something the cops missed.
The Last Supper. Since the fire in the Hawkins mansion, the dining room has remained intact. The settings allow the places occupied by the family members to be determined. Visibly, etiquette was respected, even in private. Charles Hawkins sat at the head of the table, with wife and son on either side. The knocked-over chair could be due to something that happened after the fire, or it could confirm the theory of a domestic argument. Clearly, the roast was untouched in certain plates. The meat, mysteriously preserved since then, seems to have been the subject of the dispute between the Hawkins couple.
Was Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker? If the painting I found on the docks really came from here, how come it didn't burn? Did it stop at the time of the fire? The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others? Did Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How? They had a fight. Why? Did someone escape the fire? Blood. This lamp was thrown. This was no accident. This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee. And the boy.
So, Detective, what do you make of it?
I firmly believe this fire was more than just an accident.
Huh. What's your theory?
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
Broken clock. The glass of this heavy clock is broken and the hands show 10 o'clock. It could give the time of the fire or have nothing to do with it. Sarah's shoe. A partly burned shoe. It seems like it belonged to Sarah Hawkins. Smashed oil lamp. According to the police report, this lamp is the cause of the accidental fire that destroyed the mansion. However, bloodstains on the debris tell a very different story. The scene of the fire. Contradicting the police report, the Hawkins drawing room tells a totally different version of the fire that claimed the whole family, beginning with the presence of a handprint that throws up the possibility of a survivor. The bodies of Charles and Sarah Hawkins left no mark on the floor nor, to that matter, in the drawing room, contrary to that of the child, still visible close to the fireplace. The same goes for the glass shards on the floor. A close inspection reveals the presence of blood on several of them. On the wall, the very clear mark left by the painting found in the Hawkins warehouse confirms that the Hawkins case could be much more than a domestic accident. Good morning to you as well, Lucinda. I hope your morning's off to a great start. Call of Cthulhu is going really well. Decided to do a focus on occultism for this playthrough. Last year I did one focused on medicine, and just like with that playthrough, the skill point that you can't put any more points into after the initial points is medicine and occultism. So I had to put all the skill points the game gave me at the top and put it into occultism. Yeah, it's going really good. We're going at a good pace. I'm not reading literally everything, but mainly the main stuff as well. So definitely doable in 2 streams, that's for sure. That's for sure, I mean. Levy Fire is literally writing the slide about wildfires right now. Oh, really? How's that for synchronicity? Bootleg, you've sent her an email that it's currently rolled in the evening, now you wait. Yeah, Bootleg. It is a shame that you've had to wait so long, you know, for these different steps throughout the whole process. Yeah, Lucinda, so making some good progress, and this game in the later chapters can sort of like breeze by as well, so it might end up being a thing that I have to sort of think about already what game to replace this one with for Friday. Bootleg, if you didn't miss the call yesterday due to your phone being on vibrate for some damn reason, oh yeah, that kind of thing too can really, really be annoying.
I just ask that you don't disturb anything. If Chief West found out about what we're doing, I'd be in serious trouble.
Hey, I mean, you know, it could be worse. You could be in trouble with RoboCop.
This door is locked. These bandages are covered in dried blood. But whose? The lyrics of the drunken sailor, a sea shanty.
I may have heard that sea shanty before. Mayhaps.
This door is blocked from the outside. An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818. Moby Dick, Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale.
A copy of the novel Moby Dick by Herman Melville, a classic, especially for a family of ship owners.
Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess. This piano is in disrepair. Looks like the Hawkins kept it more for decoration than for music. Greek mythology. Hecate, goddess of the dead, daughter of Tartarus, and mother of Scylla. Darkwater history. This place was settled back in 1692 by two families that seceded from the New England colonies.
Nice, 1692. One of the recent games in the past few weeks I played was Little Hope, one of the games by Supermassive as part of the Dark Pictures series. And there's portions of that game story that flash back to 1692. Ogorki, that was a good movie. I've only seen one version of Moby Dick. I think that was the one with Gregory Peck playing the character of Ishmael. That's the character's name, isn't it? The captain?
A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century. There's something disturbing about this painting.
Hello there, Max. Welcome. How's things? Nice Cthulhu emotes there as well. Or rather, are they specifically that? Oh yeah. Nice.
"20,000 Leagues Under the Sea." Another story about the mysteries of the deep.
A rare edition of Jules Verne's novel. In Back to the Future Part 3, Doc Brown and Clara end up having two boys, and they call one Jules, and then they call the other one Verne. A crowbar. A crowbar found in Hawkins Manor. It probably belongs to the caretaker, Silas. The crowbar has two parts, the crow and the bar.
A crowbar could prove useful. What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance. If you're right, we should be able to find clues among the Hawkins' personal effects. Did you hear that?
This piano is in disrepair. What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance.
Lucinda, as for you, you're doing well. Very busy lately, so jumping between things. Oh, that's totally understandable, Lucinda. With a lot of stuff going on, for sure. And I hope that Necro's doing well. I hope that he's recovering well after his surgery.
What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
Dear sir, as you know, I've always held you and your family in high respect. Unfortunately, I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. Last week, she, again, terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems able to make her come to her senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that, although it would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Wellard. Now to read it properly. Dear sir, as you know, I have always held you and your family in high respect. Unfortunately, I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. Last week she again terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems to be able to make her come to her senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that, although it would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Wellard. Lucinda, Necro's doing great. You took the bandages off last night and applied new dressing. Everything looks great. He started his pain medication and is helping him sleep well. You're still having to help him open things and offer an extra hands, but is easy. Oh, that is really good too. That'd be the thing before going into the surgery, not necessarily knowing, exactly what will transpire as well. So it's really good to get that news and that he's doing well. That's really awesome. Okay, so I didn't read this part. 25th of October, 1924. Hawkins Manor. In the entrance hall of the mansion, a lighted lamp seems to be waiting for us, and the old caretaker who thinks he can stop people from entering. I must find a place where the Hawkins family died. En route I'll pick up as much information as I can on their life. The dining room has remained untouched since the night of the fire. It taught me something about relations in the Charles-Sarah Hawkins couple. It seems that an argument broke out on the night of the drama. In the partly burned-out drawing room, the fire has perhaps left a few clues that escaped the local cops. Even Officer Bradley was forced to admit it. This room tells a far different story to the police report. The presence of blood on the shards of glass from the lamp, the mark of the hand left on the door by someone fleeing the fire. We are in a crime scene. I must continue searching the mansion to look for information on the life and death of the Hawkins family.
The boys' room.
Hey there, Coffeeton. I hope things are going good.
A child's fort. From what threat was Simon protecting his world? Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed. Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy. What was wrong with this family? What nightmarish vision could have inspired them? Simon's troubles went beyond family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him.
The son's bedroom confirms the atmosphere of the violence and fear suggested by the other rooms. This family seems to have lived a recluse life, cut off from the other inhabitants of the island. The boy's room. In the little boy's room, an abandoned book on the bed and toys scattered on the ground talk about the everyday life of a normal family. But the disturbing drawings and the sleeping pills raise suspicions that even Simon Hawkins may have been suffering from mental illness. Was the boy able to see things, like his mother pretended to be? Hey there, Cody. Welcome. How's your day going today?
What will her room reveal about her? Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been extremely agitated resorting to such a treatment.
Barbiturates. They act as a depressant of the nervous system, but once you begin, you can never live without them. Of that, I know something. Excellent. That's really good, Cody. Glad that things are going great. As for me, going really good. Making good progress in the streams as well. Did some more Tomb Raider earlier and got some levels done. I'll be doing another stream of that next week to finish it off. Got about 4 levels left. It's been funny with the controls swapped around. My mind is still instinctually trying to press the default buttons for stuff. Cheers, Cody. Thank you, dude. Sarah Hawkins' sketches look more like a gallery of horrors than anatomical studies. Do they represent what haunts her nights? Nice. So that gave us some occultism progression. Nice. That's good. Cody, you just watched The Mummy 2026, very disturbing film. Oh, was it? Yeah, I think I've seen the movie poster for that, actually. It's interesting, too, like how many mummy movies have been done over the decades.
A barbiturate prescription from a certain Dr. Fuller.
Dr. Thomas Fuller, Riverside Institute, Darkwater, Massachusetts. Date 7/21/24. 75 milligrams of amobarbital sodium to be taken every 4 to 6 hours as required. If attacks become too violent, add 25 milligrams of phenobarbital up to 3 times a day. Do not consume alcohol or any other medication during the period of treatment. Dr. Thomas Fuller. Take 2, Darkwater General Store.
That's a massive dose. Was Sarah violent?
Cody, this is far the worst you've seen. Oh, do you mean worst as in disturbing, or worst as in terrible movie? Oh, in horror-wise, forgot to add it. Oh, I got you, Cody, yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely, Amita. Yeah, Anthony Howe plays the main character in this game too. Edward Pierce. Another game that I recently found out he was in was Demon's Souls as well. There's a particular black armored knight that you come across.
Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult? What was she trying to achieve?
Ceremonial Circle. If the creature is not yet anchored in our dimension, an expulsion ritual might work, as long as the person performing it makes sure that he integrates the older sign among the glyphs that make up the ceremonial circle. Be careful though, because the works that describe the creation of such circles are not all of proven reliability. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G.
Sarah Hawkins' agent was getting worried. Seems she wasn't giving any signs of life.
My very dear Sarah, ever since you left to bury yourself away on that lost island, your art has been attracting increasing numbers of collectors. I beg you to send me some new paintings. The last ones, so somber and strange, moving as no other paintings have been, are selling at a premium price. Your percentage of these most recent sales is attached. Do not forget your friend, who was the first to recognize your genius and display it to the world. Affectionately yours, Maximilian L.
This ledger lists all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
I'm not going to read all of these entries here, but if we scroll down, we'll see that the final painting, the Shambler, for FS, and FS stands for Francis Sanders, who is the agent of Sarah Hawkins that we just read the document about. She basically gave him the Shambler for free. It's got a gift there. Oh, and Dr. F is Dr. Fuller, and AD is Algernon Drake. He's a character that you can interact with in the Stranded Whale Bar, but he's not introduced proper until later.
It seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders. I wonder why. Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other.
Giles Hawkins scribbled a kind word to his wife. Fate brought us together, and forever it will bind us. In Sarah Hawkins' office, a circle drawn on the floor and candles indicate that occult rituals were held here. What could have caused these huge scratches? Mr. probably did. Hey Zaius, welcome. I did finish Robocop, yeah, that playthrough is all done. I enjoyed the game, I thought it was good.
Bradley? Is that you?
Sona, in your older village council secretary notebooks, they wrote in neat cursive, so cool to read. Oh really, Sona? Doing writing like that, I would struggle, especially nowadays, because when I'm writing, I start off trying to be very neat and legible, but the more I write, the less motivated I am to keep that up. And so I have to try and write in all capitals sometimes for some things.
Is anyone there?
You! Stop! Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise. Are you all right?
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be far.
In Sarah Hawkins' studio, I found what must be her last work unfinished. It's a portrait that represents me. How is this possible? An intruder took off with the painting. Is it part of the mystery surrounding the death of these people? What is my role in this business? I must catch him and get the painting back. We got the old hurricane lamp. Old hurricane lamp, still working. I've just got to be careful. It burns a lot of oil.
I'll cover you.
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818. This door was closed earlier. Where did he go?
Must have got out some way.
No, he was here. I'm sure. Let's search this room. This Dr. Fuller, was he Sarah Hawkins' therapist?
Charles, I understand your worries, but I assure you that Sarah is in good hands here at the Riverside Institute. It goes without saying that her state requires very specific care and a high level of attention. Her full potential will only be able to express itself if she is placed in a secure environment and surrounded by qualified staff. The decision is yours, of course, but I seem to understand that you are running out of time. Your friend, Thomas Fuller.
They look like Celtic runes. Charles must have brought them back from one of his foreign trips.
Okay, so we found another occult item that increased the occultism skill. So we've got it at 50% so far. Celtic runes. Small polished stones decorated with Celtic runes, probably used for divination rituals. They are mostly found in Europe.
Why are these letters here, and not with Sarah Hawkins' belongings?
These letters have been opened but visibly have not left Charles Hawkins' office. They are tied together by a carefully knotted braid. Why did Hawkins intercept his wife's mail?
It looks like an old seaway map.
Somebody has added coordinates to this old sea map. They make up a journey.
Seems like this came from a log.
Monday, 24th of May, 1847, 42 north, 70 west. Darkwater Island. We sailed north all morning. Captain Hamilton is confident. He says that we'll beat the Orpheus this season. May God be merciful. Sunday, 30th of May, 1847, 47 north, 55 west. I preferred it when the whales disappeared without trace. With these carcasses, we can no longer ignore their sad fate. What is eating these huge beasts? I told Hamilton that it was a bad omen. He doesn't care. Tuesday, the 1st of June, 1847, 49 north, 61 west. We dropped anchor near a village. The inhabitants say that the waters are red with the blood of the sacred beasts, and to follow them is to defy the gods. I told them that I only feared God Almighty, but in the loneliness of the hold, I'm scared. Friday, the 4th of June, 1847, 57 north, 51 west. We have sighted a huge whale in the distance. Its size seems to be beyond anything known to man. It sends out an infernal song. Hamilton wants it. Wednesday, 23rd of June, 1847, 33 north, 53 west. We've caught it. It's the most grotesque whale I've ever laid eyes upon. It will go into memory as the biggest catch ever. Men have died, but we have gained glory. This day will be celebrated for years to come. Tuesday, 29th of June, 1847. Darkwater. We have beaten the Orpheus, returned with empty holds. The Scylla and Hamilton. Our only memories. Oh, no need to be sorry, Cody. That's all good, dude. And thank you, yeah. Yeah, things are going really well.
There must be a link with the seaway map. Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well.
In this photograph, Charles Hawkins and Captain Fitzroy are posing with a third man. They seem close.
I wonder who the man with the glasses is in the photograph. Probably another friend of Hawkins. Have you seen the old maritime maps on Charles Hawkins' desk?
Strange. No ship has left Darkwater's shore for years. Maybe he kept them for sentimental reasons.
Charles Hawkins was a sort of traveler, right?
More like an adventurer, I guess. He left for months, exploring remote places and abandoned temples.
Have you seen the old maritime maps on Charles Hawkins' desk?
Strange. No ship has left Darkwater's shore for years. Maybe he kept them for sentimental reasons.
It looks like a freehand map of Darkwater. Certain areas have been highlighted. I wonder why.
A map of Darkwater hand-drawn by Charles Hawkins. Some places have been circled.
The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the harbor. As if the bookcase has been moved several times. This panel is movable. Cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism. With this, I should be able to force the gears.
Well done, Pierce.
Hawkins Mansion. The Hawkins Mansion was falling into ruin well before the fire that claimed its residence. The building, once luxurious, today lies witness to the ruin of the Hawkins family. The paintings of Sarah Hawkins are spread throughout the corridors. Moisture eats away at the books of the imposing library, and the windows are broken and condemned. The drawing room where the fire started revealed it to be more than just a domestic accident. Sarah Hawkins' office bears the signs of an occult practice, and a, no doubt, huge creature left its mark on the walls of the corridor that led to his workshop. As for Charles Hawkins' office, it revealed a passage into a network of underground caves. Chapter 4, Tunnels Under the Hawkins Mansion. Inside the Hawkins Mansion, the scene of the fire revealed its secrets. Pierce and Officer Bradley, now on the trail of a survivor, had undertaken to search the place, looking for proof. When a hooded man leaped into Sarah Hawkins' workshop to steal a painting, detective and police officer set off after him. By following him to the office of Charles Hawkins, they discovered a secret passage. Pierce and Bradley entered the tunnel under the mansion. Maybe they will find a secret laboratory where there were some experiments going on. Oh wait, sorry, that's Resident Evil.
A secret passage, under the manor. It's like a detective novel. That guy must have already gotten far.
Yeah, and he had a direct means of entry to the crime scene. We must find him.
What is this place? It's more than just a tunnel. Look, someone's been here recently.
25th of October, 1924, underground tunnels. I managed to open the secret door in Charles Hawkins' office. It opened onto steps cut into the stone. They lead to a network of underground caves. The robber can't have gone that way. Tunnels under the Hawkins mansion. Who would have guessed that Hawkins' mansion was hiding such big and intricate tunnels underneath? It seemed to be the hideout of a cult of some kind. I can't believe Sarah and Simon lived right above such danger without knowing anything.
Three seats. Did Charles Hawkins use this place? Who were the others? The bearer of the mask must have been the leader. What kind of secret society is this? Did Charles Hawkins hide something in this chest? This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress. Was Sarah Hawkins here? This padlock is too complicated for me.
A table, 3 chairs. This strange antechamber hidden at the entrance to the network of caves raises new questions. What kind of organization did Charles Hawkins belong to? Was Sarah Hawkins in danger because she had discovered these tunnels? I must advance further into these caves and find the answers. The underground antechamber. The strange antechamber hidden at the entrance to the network of caves raises new questions. The presence of a table and 3 chairs leads to the belief that Charles Hawkins used the place for meetings in small groups. The existence of objects with esoteric connotations is more worrying, since they lead to the impression that we may be in the presence of a cult. Moreover, the torn fabric, revealing Sarah Hawkins' presence in the place, does raise questions. Was she in danger because she discovered these tunnels? Hello there, Ave. Welcome. I am having a good day. Thank you very much for asking. Yeah, it's going really well. Did some Tomb Raider earlier, and I've got 4 levels left, so next week we'll take care of the rest of that playthrough. And this game is from 2018, and it's one of those ones that I like to revisit at least once a year. And the last time I did a playthrough focused on medicine, and this time I'm going to do a focus on the occult. The game's going really well, still very early in the game story, but I should be finished this by tomorrow for sure, and I'll already have to kind of think of what I want to replace this game with, because it's one of those games too where the chapters tend to have a really fast pace once you get to a certain stage. But yeah, it's going really well. I hope things are going good for you too. Cody, be right back, Rod. Your GPU software just updated and you have to reboot. Oh, that's totally fair and understandable, Cody, for sure. Cheers, Ave. Thank you. Good to hear. Remember telling you about this one. Never played it, though. Yeah. Your day's going good? Got shit for sleep, but oh well, you're alive. I mean, that is definitely a big plus, you know, that you're alive. Hopefully you'll be able to get some good sleep next time around as well. But that's a shame that you didn't get some good sleep, though. I don't know if I'll be able to fit another playthrough of this game into October, but have to wait and see.
Pierce? Where you going? I can't keep up with you in this darkness.
Are you scared? I want to see how far these steps go.
Who's talking about being scared? I'll wait for you by the door.
A heavy gate blocks the passage. I must find another way to get into the main cave. Are they? You got addicted on Subnautica, played it till a little over 2, and you had to go up at 6. Sometimes you even surprise yourself. I remember when I played Hellblade, Senna was sacrificed for the first time. I was probably up until, I think, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, because I just got so engrossed in it that I did the whole playthrough in one stream. I think the same happened with the original Until Dawn as well, when I played it for the first time. Cody, you back? Welcome back. I hope it all went well with the reboot. With the release of the early access for the sequel, you thought you would give the first game a shot. That's a good idea too, and then that way, when you get to the second one, you have the first one in your memory immediately, you know? Yeah, Ave, it was just one of those things where it's like, this game is so good, this game is so good. What time is it? I can still keep going. It did, Cody? Awesome, that's good. Lucinda? Okay, right, it's about time for you to head off to work. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Lucinda. It definitely will. I hope that work goes well. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. For the first time doing a playthrough of Watch Dogs 2, most recently finished her first playthrough of Watch Dogs 1. Also a big fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as franchises like The Last of Us and Dishonored as well. Also has some nice raccoon-themed emotes, animated ones and static ones that are really cool. Very well designed. That's all good for the shout-out. No worries at all, Lucinda. I hope that work goes well, and that it goes quickly also. Thank you for being here and watching and chatting for a bit before you go to work. There's something about the claustrophobicness of being 300 meters deep into the ocean with creatures that can swallow you whole. You don't know, it just made you forget the fact that you should probably sleep too, lol. I mean, hey, it might have been so scary and freaky that you might not have even been able to get to sleep because of that as well. But that's the thing too, when you think about real life and you think about the depths of the ocean and how apparently we haven't even gotten to the bottom of the entire percentage of what there could be, it makes you wonder, you know, what kinds of like creatures and things are actually being sort of like affected by whatever else is happening in their environment and their ecosystem, and what other creatures have affected and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's just very freaky to think, you know, like imagine if there's this fish that actually has psychic abilities and it actually can predict what its predators are going to do before the predators even do it. Like, imagine a fish with that kind of capability. Are they? Oh no, I fell asleep as soon as you laid down in the bed. Oh, you did? Oh, well, that's good then, that you're able to go straight to sleep.
Some kind of dream catcher. If I touch it, it'll turn to dust. These paintings must be several centuries old.
Disappeared tribe. A tribe of men, worshippers of the sea and its benefits, landed on the shores of an island surrounded by dark waters. They were discovered by the creature some call the Devourer of Whales. For years, the creature hunted them down into their dreams until their weakened minds surrendered. Following the creature's orders, they sunk into the dark waters surrounding the island and never came back. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Are they true? Don't we know more about space than the ocean by now? Or is that just some misinformation you've heard? I've heard that too, and I'm not too sure whether it is or not. But I think it's a bit naive to think that we've covered absolutely every single thing that our planet has to offer. I'm sure that there is still a lot of stuff that hasn't been learned yet. And you think about things that have been discovered centuries upon centuries later in locations, and more advanced technology being able to recognize potential locations, being able to do deep scans of what's under the ground to be able to find things that otherwise, without that technology, would have gone undiscovered for even more time as well.
This monstrous creature must be an allegory. These people lying down, are they dead? Are they asleep? A sad way to go. An old diary.
In this volume, there is mention of the beliefs of the lost tribe. They worshipped an entity that spoke to them in their sleep. The whole tribe seemingly disappeared in a mass sacrifice to the glory of their deity. I've been mentioning a lot of John Carpenter directed movies lately, but another one that I just thought of that has kind of some elements of Lovecraftian horror, I think maybe, is the movie Prince of Darkness that John Carpenter directed. Essentially, there's this fluid that this priest is wanting to know the answers behind, because it was hidden even from him. And so he gets this team of scientists to actually go there and find out what the hell's going on. But when they are asleep, there's a transmission that comes to them in their dreams that is the same transmission for everyone when they fall asleep. And it turns out to be a message that is being sent from a future time period back into the past. And the only way they were able to get the information across is through the people's dreams when they're sleeping. So that's just something that made me think of that, with the idea of these people having dreams about Leviathan, about Cthulhu, ultimately.
There you are again.
Well done, Pierce. And it looks like you found our fugitive. This door is securely shut. I'll look for another passage.
It's an underground cave. We can advance this side.
Yeah, I can see that. You, please excuse me, but given your condition, I'll stick to my idea. I'm not cut out for this kind of acrobatics.
All right. Look for another entrance. I'll try to catch up with our man. Time has weakened these structures. I don't have time to search them all. It looks like animal oil, but certainly not whale. What's going on here?
Pierce!
Keep your voice down. We're not alone.
Good God. What have you got me into?
We'll see. I'll go on. Try to go down on your side.
Yeah, there's a passage. I'll meet you at the bottom.
A mass grave. An engraved whalebone. A strange creature has been carved into it. Probably a figure of worship.
The image of a strange creature has been carved into this whalebone. Okay, so that increased our occultism. It's now at 55%.
Locked.
Hey there, Barnes. Thank you very, very much for the raid. Appreciate it. How was your stream? How was Forza Horizon 6? Are you enjoying the game? Would like to definitely recommend people check out Barnes' channel, doing a playthrough of Forza Horizon 6.
A table for sacrifice? I gotta...
Oh, I can't breathe. What's happening?
No, damn it! I must find a way out of here.
Barnes, it's okay. Fun driving around. Cars don't handle though. Oh no. I'm glad that you're having fun with it though, in spite of that. I've never actually played any of those games before. Is it your first time playing one of them, or have you played the others too? Indeed, Ugorki. Very yuck. You're not wrong there. There's how many of them working in these caves? Are they all inhabitants of Darkwater? There's no doubt about it. The Hawkins knew. Okay, so Edward has taken a hit to his sanity. It's still stable, so that information hasn't changed since the last time I read it. That's all good, Zereth, getting your tabs organized, no worries. Let me know when you're back, and then I'll be able to do the redeem for you. Barnes, it's on Game Pass, so you thought you'd try it. You played Forza 2 years ago. Well, that's a great thing too about something like Game Pass, is just being able to, you know, try out a game. If you don't like it, then at least, you know, you haven't paid extra on top. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not a free thing. You are paying something, but I feel like paying that and extra on top, you know, would be bullshit. So not having to pay anything extra beyond that. I mean, if you want to get DLC content, Game Pass doesn't usually include that as part of it, but you know, but for the main base game, when it's on Game Pass, it's good to be able to just try it out see if you like it and stuff like that. It's 139 gigabytes, so I had to make space too. Bloody hell. Just wait until that's the minimum amount of gigabytes that something has.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is time. You will soon be one of us, if your body and mind are ready.
I dream of it every night. I have constant visions. I am ready.
Good enough. Prove it to us.
It's like in my dream.
What Pierce is referring to there is at the start of the game, there's a dream sequence where he's in, not this literal location right now where I have the camera focused, but overall there's upcoming a part that we redo. But the first instance was in the dream that he had. But it will free up that amount soon when you uninstall it. That's the good thing too as well. And having to sort of like install some stuff like that's a big amount to just leave it in the background and go do something else, you know. Bradley and I stood up in order to explore the tunnels. Men dressed like monks occupy this place. They make me think of a secret society. I found the stolen painting, exposed between two tables covered in dry blood. The person who stole it was waiting for me. He tried to stab me and, in the struggle, we fell into a pit. The fall killed him. Where am I? It looks like a kind of religious cult. They're armed and very pious, therefore dangerous. I'd better not get caught.
A pre-Columbian tribal dagger, probably destined for scarification rituals.
Ritual dagger. I found this dagger in the tunnels under Hawkins Manor. Its owner left it behind when he went with the other hooded men. So that's something that also contributed to an increase in the occultism level. So it's now up to 60%. For those who've never played this game before, at the start of the game it actually gives you a certain amount of character points to use. Occultism and medicine can only have skill points applied to them at the start of the game. Once you go past the start of the game, you can no longer apply skill points to these two categories. So to increase either one of them, you have to find objects in the game environment that are related to medicine or occultism to increase them further. And because this playthrough is focused on occult, it means that those initial points that I was given, they had to go into occultism only. But after that fact, for the rest of the playthrough, any character points I get can be put into any of the other ones.
I can't read Latin.
Same here. I mean, I can read if the word is Deus Ex. Et Fili, I know that. Annotated Bible. An old Bible, numerous passages have been overwritten or annotated. Strange way to study the Holy Scriptures.
You who sleeps, accept this dreamer under your immortal wing.
Ya Cthulhu Nithsiha Fitag.
Grant him your flesh and accept his, so that his body and yours may be one.
Yibithink Hupadk Cthulhu Bithinkor.
Grant him your mind and accept his, so that his mind and yours may be one.
Yeloig Hupadk Cthulhu Loigna.
Grant him your dreams and accept his, so that the paths of your souls finally intertwine.
Yor El Cthulhu Kashag.
Let his soul guide you to us, just as your dreams guided it to you.
Yor El Cthulhu Bogshug.
Let your dreamers open the way, so that the day finally comes when you will awaken.
La Cthulhu Nafal Fatagan.
Locked.
Bootleg, you're so annoyed you could have gotten extra sleep or played some games. Yeah, that's the other thing too, you know, waiting on something when there should be like a reasonable time to expect the call to happen, and then you start putting other stuff off because you think, oh, maybe it'll ring in the next few minutes, and then that happens and you're like, maybe I can go do the thing, but I can't now because maybe they'll ring. It's... Welcome back, Zereth. I'll just scroll back up and I'll do that redeem. Cthulhu can catch colds, cuddling crazy cat codes. Cuties can noodle cabbage cars candidly. Thank you for redeeming that tongue twister, Zereth. Very, very clever. Cthulhu. Cthulhu can catch colds, cuddling crazy cat coats. Cuties can noodle cabbage cars candidly. Bootleg, do you get destroyed if they see you? Oh yeah, yeah. If these cultists see you, you'll basically get like, you know, a game over, but then you can reload a checkpoint. Barnes, yeah, it's a biggie and has a lot of glossy scenes. Oh, that's the other thing too, you know. When there's those sorts of elements that need to have a large amount of space to be stored. Zereth, also it must be barred from the other side. It must be, I think. Indeed. Maybe we might need to see the Alliance map to give us a clue to where it is.
I feel him.
Shh. You are gifted indeed. Not another word. Let him pass through every part of you. All you who sleep, we pray for your return into the kingdom of the earth.
Cthulhu Kashok.
Bring me more sacred flesh.
Dead? This ritual killed him. Where's the sense in that? Again, this primitive writing.
Sleeping cultist. They are laid out on a frozen stone. One would say that they are dead, but their bodies do not decompose. Are they in some form of coma? One thing is sure, these men were subjected to a type of treatment that changed their physical characteristics. I'm not sure that we can still call them men. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective. That's good, Zereth, for sending the clip. Thank you very much. Thank you for clipping that as well.
We are ready for the ceremony. What about your protege?
His awakening is complete. He will join you shortly.
Natulu, Lenalaf, Klir Nochschlag, Rele, Gorkaniha, Sigov, Venia, Bedach, Nikif, Kristelbas, Natulu, Lenalaf, Klir Nochschlag, Rele, Gorkaniha, Sigov, Venia, Bedach, Nikif, Kristelbas, Natulu.
Bradley, what are you doing here? I saw two odd-looking guys coming down. Seemed up to no good. What in the world is this?
An intruder!
Oh, shit! Don't move! Police! Don't move! I won't hesitate!
Bradley, get back!
Shoot.
Get back!
You asked for it!
You shouldn't have seen this.
Caving in. I need to get out of here. My leg!
Yeah, Gorky, that was an awesome clip that Zereth made. Zereth, intruder window, Cthulhu cave cliffs.
Light. At last. I need help.
Chapter 5, Riverside Institute. Pierce and Officer Bradley followed the intruder to the secret meeting place of a cult set in a network of underground caves right under the Hawkins Manor. They witnessed a strange ceremony led by Charles Hawkins, very much alive. Bradley tried to arrest him, but Hawkins, whose body displayed various mutations, disemboweled the police officer. As he tried to escape from him, Pierce found himself prisoner of a rockfall. Rushed to the Riverside Institute, he is in a critical state.
He's having a seizure.
He will survive. A strong subject.
There, he's opening his eyes.
You saved him, Fuller.
I can't get up.
Don't move, Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
What did you do to me? Undo these straps!
Whoa! Go easy, my friend.
You were dead. He killed you.
Are you sure he's better?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What? No! What happened to me? Where am I?
Mr. Sanders, you have to come with us.
No, please. I can't leave here.
You got no choice, Sanders, and neither do we.
No, you don't understand. If I go out, he'll see me. No, no!
You're leaving this cell.
Please. I don't want him to find me.
last of them rises up, you will choose. I will not be here to bear witness to it, because you will have released me. But the earth will resound to your cries, or theirs. Awake and free me.
You there. Wake up. Come on, stand up. We don't have much time. Can you stand up?
Who are you?
A friend of Ethan Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Wait. Bradley is really alive? I don't understand. You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I don't have time to explain everything. I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to Ethan. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead. We'll meet upstairs.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? What do they do to the patients to make them so terrified?
I would really like to know. I only see them when they are brought up for medical treatment, for problems they didn't have before going downstairs. But this is neither the time nor the place to talk about that. We must not stay here. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
October 1924, Riverside Institute. I see Bradley being disemboweled by this man again. Was he really Charles Hawkins? My running away, the rockfall, being made prisoner under the rocks. Did someone tend to me? Bradley is alive. What is this place? Some sort of asylum? They took a man and... Bradley is alive. A woman has come to free me. She works here as a doctor. She says that she was sent by Bradley, that she will create a diversion to distract the guards so that I can get to the floor above unnoticed. Can I trust her? So Pierce has taken another hit to his sanity. The status of it is still the same, being stable. However, there is now a new element to the mental trauma that he's suffered. The ritual. In the tunnels under the Hawkins mansion, Pierce witnessed the disemboweling of Officer Bradley by a man with a monstrous appearance. The men in gowns and their rituals had not succeeded in affecting the veteran. However, the brutal death of Bradley, the discovery of the identity of his killer, whom he recognized as the dead Charles Hawkins, as well as the latter's superhuman strength, managed to strike fear into him. Pierce still does not know if he should believe what he saw. He may even put these visions of horror to the shock caused by the death of Bradley, or he may put it down to a lack of oxygen provoked by the rockfall. So we have an update on Charles Hawkins, age 41, occupation ship owner. Charles Hawkins is alive. Despite its crude and deformed appearance, this thing looked like Hawkins. He attacked Bradley after he recognized him. What could have happened to Charles on the night of the fire? I've never seen a major burns victim in such a state. Something's not right. And new character we've been introduced to, Marie Colden, age 32, occupation doctor. Officer Bradley's female friend works as general practitioner at the Riverside Institute. She had figured out, long before I arrived, that Fuller was involved in the illegal activities. She wants to shed full light on the nature of his experiments and believes that helping me to solve the Hawkins case could advance her own investigation. Okay, so I'll catch up on chat. Zereth, you don't know who embowed is, but you dissed them. Disembowed. How could you do that? Zereth? Come on. Hey, Dr. Darling, welcome back. I am back and Zereth has used the Arnold impression, is it? That's true, Zereth. Your daily tongue twister is done. Well, I mean, if you manage to redeem something else later on, then, you know, obviously you can feel free to do another one. Cody, you bit them on the neck. It's like, how vampiric.
When a doctor doctors a doctor, does the doctor doing the doctoring doctor as the doctor being doctored wants to be doctored? Or does the doctor doing the doctoring doctor as he wants to doctor?
Did you doctor that up? Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Bane impression. When a doctor doctors a doctor, does the doctor doing the doctoring doctor as the doctor being doctored wants to be doctored? Or does the doctor doing the doctoring doctor as he wants to doctor? That is definitely a tongue twister and a pretzel, I guess, turning one's brain into a pretzel. Okay, what I'm going to do is take a break. I might make it a 15-minute break. And I'll just leave it on this screen to have some kind of audio playing, because the pause menu has nothing. So I'll take a 15-minute break and be back to do more Call of Cthulhu. Oh, Dr. Darling, pretzels, yummy. Yeah, I've never had the pretzels, I guess, that are in America, like the big giant ones. Here in Australia, we get like packets of really small pretzels. Be back in 15 minutes. Okay, back from my break. To recap what we're up to. We finished chapter 4, in which there was a strange antechamber hidden at the entrance to the network of caves, which raised new questions. The presence of a table and 3 chairs led to the belief that Charles Hawkins used the place for meetings in small groups. The existence of objects with esoteric connotations was more worrying, since they led to the impression that they may be in the presence of a cult. Moreover, the torn fabric revealing Sarah Hawkins' presence in the place raised questions. Was she in danger because she discovered these tunnels? And if we look at what we see about Officer Bradley, actually no, the case, here we go. So 27th of October 1924, Riverside Institute. I see Bradley being disemboweled by this man again. Was he really Charles Hawkins? My running away, the rock fall, being made prisoner under the rocks. Did someone tend to me? Bradley is alive. What is this place? Some sort of asylum? They took a man and... Bradley is alive. A woman has come to free me. She works here as a doctor. She says that she was sent by Bradley, that she will create a diversion to distract the guards so that I can get to the floor above unnoticed. Can I trust her? Thank you, Cody, for the welcome back. Thank you very much. Dr. Darling, ancient Leviathan from the Old Kingdom. Very, very true. That's a very long distance call from Cthulhu. Thank you for the welcome back as well, Nofry. Thank you.
What does this mean? In his eyes, this symbol must have some protective virtues. Sarah. Am I in an asylum? What did they inject him with? What did he write about the painting? Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors.
In the cell of the patient that they forcibly removed, the same symbol, repeated over and over again, a star with a kind of branch at its center. The most astonishing thing is that this poor wretch was visited by Sarah Hawkins. What was their relationship? If I find him, will I learn more about the death of this enigmatic woman? In the padded cell. In the cellars of the Riverside Institute, in one of the cells of the asylum, the same symbol, written in black chalk and repeated over and over again on the padded walls, does make one think. It represents a 5-pointed star with, in its center, what could be a twig, a branch, or a feather. A few cryptic phrases accompany the drawings, but they do not seem to have a logical meaning. There is mention of a look, a portal, and a painting. Finally, the patient's file, which fell when the guards tried to take him out, reveals that he received a visit from Sarah Hawkins. Dr. Darling, you are in an asylum, but the director isn't worse than Dr. Hartman. I mean, I think both are very, very, dangerous characters. That is for sure.
If I don't get out of here, I'll end up like him. Poor wretch.
Dr. Colden, I would like to say that I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Yes, Doctor.
Damn it. I'll have to find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
Thank you, Gorky, for the welcome back. Cheers. Dr. Colden's plan did not work. Another doctor, perhaps her superior, caught her in the act, and she had to go upstairs without me. The guards are still in front of the door, and I'm in no condition to fight. I must find a way to create a diversion. I've got two possibilities to create the diversion that will allow me to get to the floor above unnoticed: the electric machine or the gas piping system. One or the other should allow me to create enough chaos for the guards to leave their posts.
I told you not to let her come down. I know. If you do it again, I'll report you. All right. I know.
Dr. Darling, England's Royal Mint is releasing a set of coins to celebrate the 20... is it 5th anniversary of Lord of the Rings trilogy? Or 20th? All the same, that's really cool. 25th. There we go.
The machine is working again, but the control wheels haven't been put back on.
I was just going to the storage room. I can bring them to you.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
As you want. I'm gonna see if there's sleeping pills left. They've run out again upstairs.
Put a few aside for me, will you? And above all, leave the wheels where they are.
Locked. This padlock is too complicated for me. It's no use. The padlock won't give. With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape. The door is blocked on the other side.
History of medicine in the... What is that? My mind's going fucking blank. The colossal work of an aristocrat from a long generation of physicians resulted in this encyclopedic work on medicine of the past century. More complete than older works, it sometimes mentions in detail certain methods from Asia and Africa.
Scopolamine, morphine, opium, nothing but common drugs. The door is blocked on the other side.
Dr. Darling, but the worst asylum is Arkham Asylum. The inmates are batshit insane. That's a nice joke.
It's an ammeter. I didn't expect to see one on this little rock. Have I activated anything? Good God. What could this machine be used for?
According to his record, the patient seems to be suffering from psychosis. He gouged his own eyes out in an attack of delirium. Dr. Darling, so which ending can you get in this style of playthrough? Oh yeah, so the ending that we're going for is calling Cthulhu, performing the ritual. You're eating keyboard keys.
What is going on here? Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine? The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs? This is madness. Are they seriously thinking of transmitting the properties of this meat by electric current? Worse and worse. Do the cops know what's going on?
This blood-stained badge belongs to a Darkwater police officer. What was he doing in the cellars of the Riverside Institute?
The liquid connects it to the electric current. What are its properties? It's done. Now for the others. This machine seems to consume a great deal of electricity. What will happen if I increase the current to the limit? Zoology, esotericism, mineralogy, and a full shelf on cephalopods. Sarah Hawkins. She was a patient here.
Sarah Hawkins was interned at Riverside for fits of insanity a while before her death. She wasn't at her first attempt with the fire at the mansion.
That Dr. Fuller again.
A document attesting to the fact that Irene Sanders, wife of Francis Sanders, had her husband interned after he had shown grave signs of madness.
Anatomy, anthropology, nothing surprising.
It burns me. I will not eat it anymore. Never again. We must not eat it. They must know that it is not good.
Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not 6. 4, 5. Just a few days to go. Yeah, that's it. 4 days at most. No more. Perhaps less.
I bet there's no longer any priests on Darkwater.
I found this rosary in one of the cells in the cellars of Riverside Institute. Its representation of the Virgin looks like nothing I've ever seen.
I think I got the right date.
Okay, so that increased our occultism skill.
That's the problem. I don't know what this date is. But the calculations, they're right. 4 days, maximum. 5 at the most.
What is welling up inside me? I feel it in my head and in my body. He roars and swells and has strength of oceans. Its waves rise and crash, leaving behind them only a trail of white, nourishing foam. He is my master. He enters me. Yes, 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 yes.
Get me out! Don't let me sleep in here.
Walk, I do not stop. If I do not stop, he does not catch me. If he does not catch me, I do not sleep. If I do not sleep, I do not see him. I do not hear him. He does not call me. He does not call me. He calls me. If I walk, I do not stop. If I do not stop, I catch him. If I catch him, I sleep. If I sleep, am I dead?
You. Yeah, you there. Come here. I don't know what you're doing there, but you don't seem to be friends with the nurses. I can help you. Help me, and I'll owe you one.
What do you want?
Sleep. That's all.
Sleep? You don't want to leave?
No. Have you seen the storm that's brewing? I'm fine here. Except for one problem.
You want sleeping pills, right?
Yeah. And in exchange, I can make noise. Lots of noise.
You'll draw the guards to your cell to allow me to escape.
So, you in? Find something to make me sleep, and I'll take care of the guards for you.
Is it the noise that disturbs you?
No, it's the nightmares. We all have them here. That's what wakes us up. And afterwards, there's no way to get back to sleep.
I'll find you some pills.
Go look in the storage room. There must be sleeping pills there.
Zereth is a bit excited about him entering him. If I'm asleep, am I dead? That is a good question.
Where do they keep their sleeping pills?
Small bottle of sleeping pills, probably used on patients who have trouble sleeping to find slumber.
My new friend's sleeping pills.
Hello there, OG. Try looking in bottles for the sleeping pills. But maybe the sleeping pills are actually in bed because they're asleep. Zereth, plot twist, it's actually Uncle and his lumbago kept him awake. The call of lumbago.
A control wheel to mount on a plumbing system. I've got what you want.
Show me!
There. And remember, they don't come for free.
Don't you worry, you'll have your diversion. Go on now, go hide yourself. The crows! They're everywhere! Make them go away! Help! 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 The birds, they're attacking!
That nonsense again.
What carnage.
I discovered a strange electric machine. It links two vats filled with a translucent liquid in which huge organs are floating to a power-up system that runs to a dentist's chair. I've got no idea what it's used for, but if I could overload the thing, it might create the diversion I need. Oops. One of the inmates is ready to help me if I find him some sleeping pills. In exchange, he swears to me that he can draw the attention of the member of the asylum staff who is on guard in front of the morgue. Zereth, lumbago, lumbago, they suffer it in the jungle, like that drink it in the jungle advert. Not too familiar with that advert, actually. Don't think I've heard it before. Okay, so Pierce's stamina. Sanity is the same, but he's now had a macabre discovery. Searching through the cellars of the Riverside Institute, Pierce entered a room that he first took for a morgue, but the advanced state of decay of the corpses that lay about the place quickly made him realize that he was wrong. Nothing could justify the presence of such a charnel house in a hospital. The putrid smell and the total absence of respect for human life, as witnessed by this room, profoundly shocked Pierce, costing him some of his sanity.
All the levers are activated.
I think we got a walker! Who's there? You there?
Zereth, Bongo original advert, drink it in the Congo advert commercial. Yeah, Congo, not jungle. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely haven't seen it. Note to staff, last week's incident caused significant damage to the infrastructure, putting a stop to current experiments. This is unacceptable. From now on, the wheels to operate the gas stopcocks must be kept in the storage room after each use. Moreover, you must keep the register of use up to date. Dr. Fuller.
The green gas leaves from here, and it runs through the whole building.
Dr. Fuller, I've repaired your machine as best I can. However, the piping has been damaged, and I fear that gas is escaping. I cannot do any more in such a short time. All I can do is to warn you. If the equipment is put under too much pressure, there is a risk of explosion. Z. Allen, Mechanic. No. Oh well.
This padlock is too complicated for me.
Seraph, what is this place? Resident Evil dollhouse? He's thinking of gas. Dun dun dun. Here's the scarecrow. Yeah, he's got that fear toxin. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Welcome. How's it going with the game? Is Cthulhu calling yet? He's trying to get through, but at the moment, he can't get any sort of like answer. So yeah, we're sort of not able to answer his call just yet. It's going well. Last year I did a focus with medicine. This time I'm doing a focus on occult, and it relates to the skill points that you get at the start and applying them to either medicine or occult, which for this playthrough I put them all into occult, the starter character points you get given. But once you go past that part at the start, you can't put any more skill points into occultism or medicine. The only way you can further increase it is by finding occult books or medicine books, occult items or medical items, etc. So in this playthrough I'm going to be also collecting all the occult items, or try to at least, and in dialogue options choose things related to the Cthulhu language, basically. There is an actual name for it, but I'll just call it that for the sake of being able to say it quickly. How's things going with you, dude? I hope you're having a good one. Your character is like, no connection under this number. That is right. You know, it's like, please check your number and try again.
That should draw the attention of the guards. I should hide.
Damn it. What's going on? Is there somebody... I'll go take a look. Hey!
That should draw the attention of the guards. I should hide.
Damn it. What's going on? Is there...
Doctor, is that you?
Don't you worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Get away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me.
Like it found me here. You're mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me, or you'll end up the same way.
What is the exact nature of the beast you're running away from?
You've got instinct, a sensitivity for the invisible. It puts you in danger. The creature that is pursuing me is not from our world.
After what I've seen so far on this island, I'm ready to believe you.
Don't do that! Do not believe, or you'll end up like us all.
What happened to you, Sanders?
The real culprit is Sarah. Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
Is she cursed because of something she did to you?
No, it's because she's cursed that she harmed me.
On purpose. You say that Sarah Hawkins harmed you.
If it were only me, her conscience, her guilt were eating her away. But she never wanted all that. Well, not really.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
What are you talking about?
Destiny! It has trapped you. No, don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Shambler.
Sanders, pull yourself together.
Without her, it's no longer possible to save me. No!
Sanders! What the hell? Oh, God. I gotta... What? Okay. This is insane. What killed him?
Crooked, you're doing good, thanks. You just finished with a bit of writing, so getting to chill for a bit. Gonna take the dog out soon for a nice walk and then prep some salmon for tonight. That is great, dude. That's awesome that you're doing well. It's always good to get some things out of the way for a little bit, to be able to get some chill time. I hope that you and the dog will enjoy the walk as well. That salmon sounds pretty good. Zereth, legend, wait for it. Dairy. Legendary. Very clever. It has 2 parts. Oh, here we go. One of the inmates is ready to help me if I find him some sleeping pills. In exchange, he swears to me that he can draw the attention of the member of the asylum staff who is on guard in front of the morgue. There's an installation that seems to supply the whole complex with gas. The cells are fitted out so there is a continuous feed. If I could get the pressure to build up, I might be able to blow it up and create a diversion. This man, Francis Sanders, died right before my eyes, tortured by the doctor, a dirty bandage covering his eyes, dying. He was lifted off the ground and his body twisted as if some invisible power was handling it. I didn't see anything, but with the gas they sent into the cells, the injections, I don't know what's true. He accused Sarah Hawkins just before he died. That confirms the fact that they know each other. That they knew each other. Okay, so now Pierce's sanity has been affected, so the status has changed to shaken. The ordeals you have gone through have left their mark, but you still managed as best you can. You keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. You still have some ways to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity. and so an additional thing to trauma is now seeing the death of Francis Sanders. The weirdness of Francis Sanders' death went far beyond anything Pierce had ever seen. Lifted off his feet by an invisible force, the poor man's body was carried into the air before being thrown violently against the bars of his hiding place. Pierce, powerless, watched the limbs break and Sanders' body crumble to the ground. During long moments of agony, the detective saw nothing that could explain this event. Weakened by his wounds and the operations he could remember undergoing, Pierce begins to question his ability to tell the difference between reality and the nightmares that haunt him. When it came to the dialogue choices there with Sanders, I chose the first occultism dialogue choice that was made available and that I could actually choose because I had the occultism leveled up enough to be able to choose it. So that was good. So that was Francis Sanders, age 47, occupation art dealer. Francis Sanders, retired art dealer, moved to Darkwater to find some peace and quiet, as well as artifacts from lost civilizations. Fascinated by the work of Sarah Hawkins, he set his heart on owning one of her strangest paintings, the Shambler. He was so insistent and adept in his request to buy the painting that the painter gave it to him. Zereth, shaken but not stirred. Very nice, dude. It's a good reference to James Bond, using the fact that the sanity of Pierce is now shaken, and having the last name Pierce, also talking about James Bond, lines up with the fact that actor Pierce Brosnan played Bond at one time. So you kicked off a series of connections there, Zereth. Okay, so this will make us fully, well, the spot hidden fully upgraded. Nice one, Crooked. Aiden Pierce Brosnan? Now imagine him in a Watch Dogs game, playing some kind of, like, you know, spy or ex-spy. That'd be a nice sort of James Bond kind of, you know, reference thing for him to play a role. Zereth, you don't think of the name connection. Oh, you didn't think of the name connection. It just got me thinking, because I was like, hang on, I can connect that to actor Pierce Brosnan. Crooked, you love Pierce Brosnan, great actor, and his Bond movies were some of the most fun for you. Oh yeah, dude, I don't blame you. His first James Bond movie, GoldenEye, was the first James Bond movie that I watched from start to finish that made me become a fan. I'd seen bits and pieces of the much older movies before that point, like some of Sean Connery and Roger Moore's stuff, but I never saw them in full, because I was at the age where that kind of movie didn't really interest me. But GoldenEye was the James Bond movie where I was like, yeah, I'm a fan of the character now. Plus, the video game helped a lot in that regard too, as well. Tomorrow Never Dies, I didn't think was as good as GoldenEye, but out of the ones that he did do, I think that and GoldenEye are the best ones. World Is Not Enough was okay, but I didn't like it as much as the previous two that he did. And Die Another Day was just like way, way, way over the top. There was some good things about it, but overall it wasn't as good as GoldenEye. Zereth, Aiden Pierce Brosnan, the assassin spy hacker, in it.
Damn! The gas!
My head.
Later. We need to move on.
Chapter 6, Hawkins Mansion. Pierce woke up in an asylum, installed in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. He met Dr. Colden, a female friend of Bradley, who helped him to escape. Wandering through the corridors of this place where Dr. Fuller reigned supreme, Pierce was able to talk to a man called Francis Sanders. Before dying in full view of the detective, he accused Sarah Hawkins of being the cause of his torments. Pierce finally left the accursed building, accompanied by Bradley and Colden. The companions in misfortune decided to use the Hawkins mansion as a hideout.
Who goes there?
That nightmare again. I need a drink.
These are grave accusations. Do you realize what they mean?
I have a duty to the patients. That man is toying with their lives.
Who knows what he could do if what you say is true?
That is precisely why I'll find evidence.
Fine, do what you want. I'm just trying to reason with you.
Zereth, you don't think the gas is good? I'm sure that it was delicious for Pierce to experience that. Crooked, oh yeah, Die Another Day was really over the top, but you loved the wackiness though, especially all the North Korean business, and the villain impersonating a British nobleman was a funny concept. That is so true, you know, going through that kind of like gene therapy and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, the franchise had always dabbled in sci-fi, even in small ways with a lot of the, you know, earlier movies. Then you get like, sort of like Moonraker, where it's, you know, Star Wars basically with James Bond, in a way. So to get to the point where you have movies in the series that actually use very futuristic technology and, you know, all that kind of stuff was like, okay. 28th of October, 1924, Hawkins Manor. I finally reached the stairs that led to the first floor of the Riverside Institute, but on the way I inhaled some gas that was leaking from a damaged pipe and passed out. I remember Bradley, alive, really, who was talking to me, and I came to in the Hawkins mansion. I must understand what I'm doing here and what happens next. Okay, so an update on Francis Sanders, deceased, age 47, occupation art dealer. Francis Sanders knew Sarah Hawkins so well that he accused her of being the source of his suffering. The man gouged his eyes out with his own hands and smeared the walls of his cell with esoteric symbols. He seemed to be obsessed with a shambler linked to Sarah Hawkins. He died before my eyes in circumstances that I cannot explain. So that was the cellars of the Riverside Institute. Strictly speaking, I didn't spend much time in the hospital. When I woke up, I was immediately transferred into the cellars of the Institute, a sort of clandestine asylum, where Dr. Fuller carried out his experiments on patients without being troubled. Unknown machines sit beside anatomical drawings that are disturbing, to say the least. I just managed to escape from this place. I might not have as much luck another time.
You're awake, Mr. Pierce. How do you feel?
Did I sleep long?
The day is only starting. It's fine.
It's like Pierce would like something to eat, something that is especially delicious. And this character, Marie Colden, is played by Emerald O'Hanrahan, who was Lucy in Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
How's our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the Force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
There are things I can't explain.
Tell us. What happened?
Okay, so we have another Occultism Dialogue Choice that we can choose because we've got Occultism leveled up enough to be able to choose it.
I saw people in hoods. They had stolen Mrs. Hawkins' paintings.
Who are you talking about? Why would they do such a thing?
I don't know, but they were a threat. They've taken over the caves under the mansion. They were performing some kind of ritual. One of the entryways was under Charles Hawkins' office.
We suspect Mr. Hawkins of being involved.
My patients believe the old islanders used to worship primitive sea gods. Could they be the focus of the cult?
Am I hearing this right?
So you think me gullible?
No, not at all.
What else did you uncover, Mr. Pierce?
I found a Darkwater PD badge. Lost a colleague recently?
What the...
Bradley.
Ethan?
I'm all right. I just had a... It's gone.
You're sure?
If it's important, it'll come back. But I can't explain why Dr. Fuller would have that badge.
The man's a danger, believe me.
What can we do, Pierce?
What I'm sure of now is that the Hawkins case isn't just an accident.
And what brings you to that conclusion?
The fact that Charles Hawkins survived the fire.
I don't understand. Mr. Hawkins was buried.
That's what he would have you believe.
I have a hard time believing you.
You were there, Bradley. You even opened fire on him.
I'd remember that.
Why would he fake his own death? Do you think he covered up his wife's murder?
That's possible.
It seems hard to swallow. Don't you have anything more concrete, Pierce?
Bradley, what do you remember?
I don't understand your question.
The night we went into the Hawkins mansion. You don't seem to remember the tunnels and what occurred there.
No memory of going down any tunnel. No, we were in the manor, then,
Then what?
The rest is quite blurry. I don't recall how I came back home.
And then?
I went to visit you at the hospital, and called on Marie's help to get you released.
And you don't remember the events of the tunnel?
I don't. Let's talk about something else.
Ogoki, it's another golf day today. Awesome. Well, I hope that you have another great gaming session of golf.
I heard you talking earlier.
Why am I not surprised?
I get the impression you two don't get along.
Intrusive and not very clever. Anyway, let's get back to the business at hand.
I saw people in hoods.
Who are you?
I don't want to...
My pay. Could they?
Am I?
So you think?
No.
What else?
I found a file bearing Sarah Hawkins' name in the Institute's basement.
It makes sense. A powerful family like the Hawkins had the means to hide such a disgrace.
But everyone knows the Fullers have been taking care of the Hawkins for at least a generation. And all were aware of Mrs. Hawkins' fragility.
Perhaps, but no one would allow a psychiatric internment.
From what I read in the file,
Fuller used her as a subject of his experiments.
Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins, subjects of Dr. Fuller. Why those two?
Given the energy he pours into Riverside, I presume it was Fuller's creation.
His father's, to be correct. He was a surgeon on board the Scylla. He founded the hospital in 1904 with funds from the Hawkins family before he died and his son Thomas Fuller took over.
Two families inextricably linked.
Most island families are that way. Captain Fitzroy's father was also a seaman aboard the Scylla.
Powerful families dominating everything.
Yes, and as you could tell, Dr. Fuller is like some crazed emperor.
He wouldn't be happy if he knew we were snooping around.
I know the risks. I don't fear him. Do you wish to know anything else?
Dr. Fuller seems to be leaving a trail of corpses. Not to mention those strange machines, and chains, and tools of all kind.
Yes. I've been telling you that Fuller uses his patients as guinea pigs.
What I saw was more akin to torture than medicine.
Do you even hear what you're saying? Dr. Fuller is highly respected.
It's the truth, Ethan. And I'll prove it to you. I'm listening, Mr. Pierce.
I have flashbacks. They haunt me.
What did they do to you?
There was that Dr. Fuller. And a nurse. Blood. Everywhere. My legs. The pain. I couldn't bear it. I was screaming. They injected me with something. I woke up at the Institute. Bradley was there.
And how you scared us. You seemed demented.
You likely woke up during the anesthesia. No wonder those memories haunt you. What in God's name were they doing to you?
What happened afterwards?
When I woke up the second time, I was in a padded cell. That's where you found me, Doctor. After you released me, I got a good look at what's in store for the patients of the Riverside Institute. Hallucinogenic gas pumped into the cells. An infernal machine. Horrific medical experiments.
Impossible. Dr. Fuller would never do such a thing.
You should believe it, Ethan. What Mr. Pierce saw is precisely what I've been trying to prove. Did you discover anything else?
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course. He's a patient. Or was. I haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
He knew Sarah Hawkins. And that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
I didn't see what, but something was there, with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved? How could she have murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
An art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
I don't agree. She deserves the truth.
But that truth may be biased. We don't know the bottom of it.
You're right. Without a plausible explanation for what I saw, let's not jump to conclusions.
That seems wise indeed.
Very well. I'll go to see Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
I'll do my best.
Thanks, Ogorki, for redeeming the Arnie impression. You'd like me to pick which one to do? Definitely can. Okay, so I've got one. Hold it quiet. If you're watching this, that means that Quato is dead, and you let us do him. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. Sorry for all the shit I put you through, but hey, what are friends are for? All I want to do is wish you happiness and good living, old buddy. But unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. You see, that's my body you have dear, and I want it back. Sorry for being an Indian giver, but I was here first. So, adios, amigo. And thanks for not getting yourself killed. Hey, maybe now we will meet in our dreams. You never know. That's from the original Total Recall. Thank you for redeeming that, Ogorki. The Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close, it's undeniable. The widow didn't tell me everything, but her house speaks for her. Everything began with Francis Sanders' obsession with the Shambler, an exceptional painting in more ways than one. In theory, Francis Sanders was a renowned art collector. I must question his widow, Irene Sanders, to know more about his links with Sarah Hawkins, and to discover the identity of the visitor he talked about before he died. Dr. Fuller, age 52, occupation Riverside Senior Physician. Dr. Fuller reigns as the undisputed master of the Riverside Institute and of its cellars, in which he carries out illegal experiments on his patients. I don't know what he has done to me, but I shouldn't be back on my feet so soon after my fall when the tunnels under the Hawkins mansion caved in. This man is dangerous, and I'd swear that he knows more about all this business than he's willing to tell.
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
Chapter 6, Sanders' Residence. Pierce, Colden, and Bradley decided to team up to solve the Sarah Hawkins case. They have a new trail to follow. Francis Sanders, an art collector and friend of the painter, who died right in front of Pierce. The detective goes to his house in order to speak to his widow about the shambler that the unfortunate man mentioned before he died.
What can I do for you, sir?
Mrs. Sanders? I'm a private detective. We must talk about your husband and his ties to Sarah Hawkins. Can I come in?
You may. However, before we go any further, please know that my husband died yesterday.
That is precisely what brings me here.
Well, well, look who's here. You know each other?
We met briefly. Time enough to iron out a few matters. The main thing is that we understood one another. The brave detective has a talent for sticking his nose into my business.
I bump into her every time I'm investigating someone's death.
It's a small island, Detective. My island. It's better that it's you bumping into me.
You're investigating Francis' death. Why? Who hired you?
I spoke to Francis before he died. His story suggests a link to a case I'm working on.
Well, since this business has got nothing to do with me, I'll be in your husband's office, Irene. We'll carry on later.
Very well, Miss Baker. This way, Mr. Pierce. And do make yourself comfortable. It would seem that you have much to tell me. May I inquire as to when you had the opportunity to talk to my husband?
Yesterday. I met him at the hospital. He spoke to me about Sarah Hawkins.
Oh, of course he spoke to you about her. That's all he talked about. Sarah Hawkins and her paintings. Please forgive my tone. The fact is that I have not been allowed to see him since he was interned. You, on the other hand, a perfect stranger, were able to see him and even talk with him the day he died. How was he? Were you present when he had this attack? What happened?
He started raving, screaming that a dimensional shambler had found him.
Oh, mercy, that story again. Why have him interned?
That was when he began to convulse and twist with pain. Or terror, it's hard to tell.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not really sure of what I saw, or what I didn't see. But it's best that you weren't there.
I should have been there. What you're telling me is outrageous. I need to understand. How could this happen? In a reputed institute? And right before your eyes? Did you not do anything to help him?
It's terrible what happened to your husband, but I had nothing to do with it. I was injured, and I came across him in the hospital quite by chance.
Injured? Well, I'm delighted to see you in such fine fettle, Detective. Not everybody enjoyed such a prompt recovery.
I suppose Fuller does do miracles now and again.
Luck is obviously very kind to you. Oh, I'm tired, Mr. Pierce. I would be grateful if you could tell me what you expect of me, and then leave.
I deduce that your husband already mentioned this dimensional shambler.
Well, you can imagine that's all he talked about. It's exhibited at the center of the gallery. No better place for the painting that endowed him with the privilege of such a shameful and miserable end to his life.
Hold on. The shambler is a painting by Sarah Hawkins.
Who else to paint such horrors? Take a look for yourself, if you feel so inclined.
It is my only lead at this stage. I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Then you have paid no heed. For my part, I refuse to set foot in that gallery again. But if you're so eager to see it...
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. I won't be long.
Okay, so that is Irene Sanders, age 41, occupation none. It's clear that she holds Sarah Hawkins responsible for the death of her husband. But what I don't understand about Irene Sanders is this mix of sadness and insensitivity. It looks like she had given up on her husband long before his horrid death in the cellars of the Riverside Institute.
Is this dagger part of Sanders' collection, or was he seeking to acquire it?
Art and Mysticism, Forgotten Objects is a collection written by Francis Sanders. In it, he catalogues and categorizes objects from all ages and origins that are linked to occult or mystical practices. It is opened at the page of a dagger that bears a symbol that is not unknown to me. So that's an occult item that increases our occultism, which is now at 75%.
The day the Shambler came into the Sanders' lives.
A photograph of Sarah Hawkins next to the Sanders. They must be close.
Did she really care for him after all?
Dear Madam, I acknowledge receipt of the letter in which you demand the body of your deceased husband. I am sorry to inform you that I cannot agree to return his body to you. At the moment of his interment, you signed a discharge, allowing me to dispose of his body as I see fit. I extend my deepest condolences to you. Thomas Fuller.
A house of artists. Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close. Friends, even? Sanders' accession register. He wrote beside the Shambler, "Finally." What did Sarah Hawkins fear so much that she didn't want to sell the painting? He finally won. Was Sanders aware of his imminent doom? Was she jealous of Sarah Hawkins? She first refused to sell the painting. How did that make her feel? The Shambler. I need to see it.
At the Sanders. Cross-checking the information given by Francis Sanders and his widow, it is possible to reconstruct the events that led to the internment of Sanders. Everything points to Sanders and Sarah Hawkins being close, linked at least by the interest the collector showed in the artist's work, but more probably by a certain friendship, attested to by the repeated refusals of Sarah Hawkins to sell the painting called The Shambler. Against all expectations, she finally gave it away for free. The feelings still shown by Irene Sanders towards Sarah Hawkins are evidently derived from what she considers to be the artist's responsibility. Madness struck Sanders a short while after he gained possession of the painting. October 28th, 1924, Sanders' residence. The Shambler is a painting. Irene Sanders doesn't seem to know what she hates the most, Sarah Hawkins or her work. The fact remains that she accuses her of costing her husband's sanity. He apparently gouged his own eyes out under the influence of the painting. I must see it. The key to the gallery is probably in the office. The Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close, it's undeniable. The widow didn't tell me everything, but her house speaks for her. Everything began with Francis Sanders' obsession with the Shambler, an exceptional painting in more ways than one.
Let's see what this cylinder has to say once it's inserted in a phonograph.
An audio recording that Francis Sanders left for his wife, Irene.
Irene, I made a mistake. I fear that it might be too late for me. Nobody should enter, except to burn everything. I never had the courage. Pay somebody to do it. He's inside my head. I see him behind my eyelids each time I shut my eyes. I can't take any more. I can't hold him back. Forgive me.
That accursed gallery. Those accursed paintings. That accursed Sarah.
Irene, I made a mistake. Irene, I made a mistake. I fear that it might be too late for me. Nobody should enter, except to burn everything. I never had the courage. Pay somebody to do it. He's inside my head. I see him behind my eyelids each time I shut my eyes. I can't take any more. I can't hold him back. Forgive
forgive me?
It's interesting. It shows that there's 2 cylinders, but it only lets me choose one.
That's twice you've stepped on my toes, Detective. Try not to make a habit of it.
I've got a lot of bad habits.
What have you come looking for in this gallery?
I'm not here to cause trouble, if that's what's worrying you.
Worry me? Don't overestimate yourself. If the last beating wasn't enough for you, I can always give it another go. But as long as you keep out of my way, you're free to carry on with your visit.
I found this drawing of a dagger. Did you come across anything like it in your reading?
I must have seen it in the ledgers, yes. Sanders has a whole collection of ancient weapons.
I'll take a look. Will you come with me?
I haven't finished with these ledgers.
As you wish.
Okay, so would you read the book? In this playthrough, we're definitely going to be reading these books. Malleus Bestiarum, Volume 2. It is a kind of encyclopedia of monstrous and unknown creatures. I'm beginning to believe that they exist. Okay, so that increased occultism. It's now at 80%. This has added some more mental trauma to Pierce. Malleus Bestiarum. Pierce read an ancient treatise, the Malleus Bestiarum. This bestiary makes an inventory of numerous creatures from the occult world or parallel dimensions. The very nature of its knowledge makes it an unholy book. By reading it, Pierce lost some of his sanity. Dimensional Shambler. The Dimensional Shambler comes from a dark and inhospitable dimension where the rarity of food sources keeps it in a state of permanent starvation. This is why it is in a constant state of readiness to travel to other dimensions in order to feed on its inhabitants. Make sure you never weaken the veils of your dimension, otherwise you risk attracting this very dangerous creature. Should this happen, you just have to lay eyes upon it for its being to anchor itself in your dimension, and to allow it to rip you open with its claws. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Malleus Bestiarum. Men will gather the knowledge through the lines dictated to me by the great old ones, but also in other volumes. The visions that assail me whisper me names and silhouettes of mystical creatures. Soon the Malleus Monstrorum, repository of all anatomical, cosmic, and dimensional knowledge, will be seen as the authoritative work. This book, unholy among the most cursed books, will one day be the final rampart between men and the predators that are waiting to devour him, hidden behind the veils of parallel dimensions. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Dr. Darling, just a small, tiny mental trauma. That is true, taking a little bit of Pierce's sanity away, but not yet enough to get to the next kind of like level of it. Barnes, interesting. Yeah. The Whale and the Cod, or A Brief History of Darkwater by Erwin Greenmouth. It is focused on the past glory of the island.
A strange Amerindian pendant.
An ancient amulet, probably Amerindian. I wonder what its purpose could be. So that increased occultism as well. So it's now at 85%.
I could use one of those.
I found these sleeping pills in the Sanders house. Were they prescribed to Francis Sanders or to Irene? Barnes, what happens at 100%? You basically become a master at occultism in this game, which means that all the dialogue options that are related to occultist dialogue options are not only available to you, but you can actually choose them and be able to use them. Otherwise, the game will actually prevent you from using that as a dialogue option.
Strange. For months, Sarah Hawkins refused to part with her painting, to finally give it away for nothing.
Dear Francis, I beg you to give up all hope of ever owning this accursed painting. If our friendship has any meaning for you, please spare me the weight of guilt. I cannot be the architect of your fall. I beg you, my dear friend, forget the Shambler. Your friend, Sarah Hawkins.
Not now, sweetheart. I'd like to read this without some snoop looking over my shoulder.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
This volume spends some time on Reverend Wickwood's community. His wife expresses her worries about the strange dreams that the Reverend's congregation are having since their arrival on the island. Some members of the community, her husband included, began to speak of their vision as a messenger sent by God. She is scared that they will suffer the same fate as the lost tribe. Hey Spectrum, morning to you too. I hope you were able to get some good sleep. Thank you very much, Ogorki, for the 22 days and 14 hours of watch time. That's excellent. Thank you, AC, for the 6 months, 7 days of watch time. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Spectrum, thank you for the 3 months and 24 days and 10 hours of watch time. Thank you for that too.
This looks expensive. Why was he so interested in old weapons? The man transformed an entire wing of his manor into an art gallery.
Drawing of a dagger. Far from possessing the talents of Sarah Hawkins, Sanders drew a dagger with a tortured form down to the smallest detail. The guard carries a strange esoteric symbol, a recurring feature of his correspondence with Sarah. Thank you, AC, for the 2 years, 8 months, 16 days, and 1 hour of followage. Thank you very, very much. Cheers, dude. Barnes, thank you for the 6 days and 14 hours of watch time. That is awesome. Thank you very much. AC, the number's a bit off. Oh, really? With the followage or the watch time? Spectrum, thank you very much for the 3 years, 6 months, and 28 days of followage. Hey there, Ronnie. Thank you very much for the 4 months, 7 days, and 20 hours of watch time. Barnes, thank you for the 3 years, 4 months, 7 days, and 6 hours of followage. Agorki, thank you very much for the 1 year, 6 months, 28 days, and 2 hours of followage as well. Spectrum, would a dagger like that even work? Not too sure, really. I mean, depends on the length of the first piece of the sharp part. Or you could, or from the look of it, you could probably even use the handle.
What the hell was that? Damn. This dagger looks different.
Don't tell me that you're going crazy, too.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you within an inch of putting a dagger through your forearm. Did I miss something more interesting?
Okay, so I can choose another occultism dialogue choice. If my controller's stick drift would calm the fuck down.
Sanders was right. This painting is cursed.
What are you talking about?
I was attacked by a creature. I pushed it back, I think.
I think so too.
You knew. You knew about the beast.
Between what Irene told me and what I read in Sanders' library, I preferred to be cautious. You seem pretty keen to go it alone. At worst, you would have confirmed my fears. At best, you would have cleared the way to my merchandise. Thank you, Detective. And by the way, where do you think you're going with that dagger?
It saved my life. It's an extraordinary dagger.
You should talk to Algernon Drake. He's an antique dealer here on Darkwater. He'll tell you all about it. From what I saw in the ledgers, it was him who sold it to Sanders.
Yeah, Gorky, very, very creepy. Absolutely. Part of the trick there is to not actually look in the direction of the Shambler, because looking directly at it will actually teleport it directly to you. And then you got to make sure that you select the right dagger. If you choose the wrong dagger and you go to use it on the painting, it won't work. And then, of course, you have to go and get the right one, which could then open you up to getting killed by the Shambler as well.
This symbol on the dagger, it was all over Sanders' cell. It's what protected him. It's what protected me, too. This antique dealer has a good knowledge of the occult. I have nothing to lose by meeting him.
You've got your spunk back. Go where you want. I'm staying here to talk business with Irene.
Chapter 7, The Nameless Bookstore. The Shambler turned out to be much more than an artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins, as a huge creature came out of the painting to attack Pierce. After a hard fight, the detective managed to send it back into the painting. He later discovered that the dagger he used to repel the creature had been sold to Sanders by a man named Algernon Drake, owner of the Nameless Bookstore. Pierce decides to pay the library a visit. However, this is where I'm going to call it a stream. Just want to double check though, where it puts me. Wanted to use that as a little bit of a preview of what was coming up with the next chapter. Good, so it'll be replaying that when I start the next stream tomorrow. Cool. Oh yeah, Gorky, that's no trouble at all for the stream. Return to the main menu. Thank you everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. Before I end, I'd like to give a shout out to some other streamers that I like to recommend. Would definitely like to recommend Avi, the Oni, who's been doing Subnautica. Bootleg has been playing Avon Colony. Dr. Ronnie was doing Red Dead Redemption 2. Inmita is doing Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. Barnes has been doing Forza Horizon 6. Crocodiles has been doing Skate Story. Lidus is a retro game streamer, big fan of franchises like Mortal Kombat. Lucinda is doing her first playthrough of Watch Dogs 2. Pretty Leviathan has been doing Forza Horizon 6, and QuickDex has been doing It Takes Two. So definitely recommend those streamers. Zereth, thank you for the Elder God, stream. No trouble at all for the Elder God, stream. Jolly good show. Thank you, Barnes. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Hope you have a good one. Catch you next time, OG. Have a good one. Dr. Darling, Rod will have occult dreams. Or maybe occult dreams will have me, I guess. As long as it's not Freddy Krueger, then I might have a chance to survive the dream. Oh yeah, Crooked, that's no worries at all for the stream and the shout out, Senny. No problem at all. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching this stream. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again. However, the remaining chapters can go by pretty quickly. I don't yet know what game will actually replace this for the Thursday to Friday, and I won't really know for sure until I get to the end of this playthrough and versus how much time I might have left for Friday. So potentially it could be some other different game after this is finished. But in any case, if you see me streaming this or something else, then you know it's my Friday stream. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.